What is everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. This episode tonight, we're going to be talking about Nancy Guthrie's case. We're going to be talking about the case out of Cleveland and Karen Reed's viral text messages. We're going to first start with the case out of Cleveland. The body cam has been released. 19 News put it out.
To answer some of the questions many of you have.
And so what this is here is, this is the officer getting out after the neighbor that was walking his dog. He was the one that called the police. So he waited there. And then this is the interaction with that.
Good. If you go, you can see the case from back here. It's all the way straight to the back.
Close to that sign?
Yeah, see the little black
straight ahead in front of me? Okay.
Straight,
it's a suitcase?
It's a suitcase. I've been walking past it for about a week now because I take my dog. I stay right here. I take my dog. I usually walk her through there and then come around here.
Okay.
And for the last week, she's been stopped. It was like a mound of dirt. She's been stopped and sniffing like a little too long.
Okay.
And today I was like, well, I'm going to take it. I hope it's not what I'm.
Right.
And it was halfway buried. It's about this thick. It's about halfway buried. I pulled it up, unzipped it. I couldn't really see. And I opened it up and it.
Buried under the dirt, it was?
Yeah, halfway. Okay. You can see a little part of it sticking out.
And you said you noticed it for about a week already?
Yeah, it's been sitting over there like somebody buried it or tried to bury it. And like I said, I walk my dog over there and she keeps stopping and she sniff a little too long.
Right.
You know, she sniffs stuff. And I'm like, I don't know what that is.
Right.
I'm not with it. And today I was just like, let me see what that really is.
Okay.
So it's back there.
All right,
I pulled it up so it's kind of standing up and stinks like hell.
Okay. You're right here.
Yeah.
What was your name, sir? Okay. I will check it out. I'll be with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Radio. Go ahead.
Look at this. Unbelievable. So God.
I got you.
Unbelievable. Again, this is March 2nd, 2026. So just this past week, Monday at 6:28 p.m. Look, I can't even.
The officer at this point is waiting for backup. You'll hear a conversation that he also needs someone to bring him a flashlight. Keep in mind, this is just the first of 2 suitcases that were found after the body was discovered. And this one, they start searching that entire woodline that you see, and they do eventually find a second suitcase with another body in it. Again,
hey, are you still inside the district? Okay. I was going to have you grab my flashlight, but that's all right. When you get up here, if you go down 162, I want to Saranac 162.
Okay, do you see how
you just?
I'm trying to pause it. I can slow it down.
Pull in this parking lot.
I'm curious about if there's any cameras over there on the Ginn Academy.
For this Ginn Academy.
Okay.
And you'll see me back here. So I haven't opened it yet. The dude I talked to, the caller, he said that there was this suitcase partially like buried in the ground that he said he's been noticing for like a week, and his dog keeps trying to get to it. So he said that he pulled it out today and to see what was in there because it was kind of heavy, and he noticed like a head, and he just left it and called the police. So I'll just wait till you guys get here before I open it. All right. Yeah, just come down towards like Midland, and I mean, as soon as you get to like the last drive for the school, you'll just pull in there. I'm in the back. All right.
So again, this officer is going to wait for backup. It does take a couple of minutes to get here. He is going to start to do just a little bit of a preliminary search of this area. We're not entirely sure at this point where the second suitcase is. He walks down about 10, 15, 20 feet. There is an area of dirt that is also disturbed. Not exactly sure if that's where the second suitcase was. As we wait for the other officers to arrive, let's remind you what we know about this case. It was late yesterday afternoon, after detectives had been working this case, that they developed information.
Hey, Gil, are you still at the district by chance? Can you do me a favor, please? I left my flashlight in the sergeant's office. Are you able to run it up to me? I'm on this call on 162. Yeah, so if you go in there right in front of, like on the side of the refrigerator, you'll see a flashlight. And then I'm on that call on 162nd and Midland. Appreciate it. Thanks, Gil.
Police used DNA from the inspection of the bodies from the medical examiner's office, determined that the two bodies were in fact half sisters. Again, one 8.5 years old, the other 14 years old. Using detective skills, according to the police department, they develop a lead to a home that's in this same area, on really across the street from this area. They served a search warrant yesterday, were able to collect a lot more evidence.
I was able to get a couple of the neighbors were doing video, like they basically took their phones. And I mean, like, this is what you normally would see. And you would think is that, oh my gosh, there's like, the SWATs here, the big Bearcats here. Like, so people get out their cameras and they start, filming. That stuff made its way onto Facebook. And yeah, so the next door neighbor was able to get video of all the evidence bags coming in and out of the house.
And in fact, an arrest was made of a 28-year-old woman. That's as far as Cleveland police are going. We know through... Okay,
so what I've spent the afternoon doing after I was last live with you guys is we only have a couple different options of where the girls could have went to school. That was my big thing is, okay, like, what's up here school-wise? So Hannah Gibbons, which next year will become and merge with Memorial School. And this is all like the Cleveland Metro School District, as well as looking at potentially like charter/private schools. I highly doubt that they were going to a private school, but Catholic school over there.
Cuyahoga County Sheriff Department
14, you're looking at, again, Henderson, who was arrested, is 28 years old. 14, so she had her daughter, her eldest daughter, when she was 14. And then you're looking at like, potentially like 8th, 9th grader. And then 2nd, 3rd grade, 8.5.
Records that a 28-year-old woman, Aaliyah Henderson, was arrested yesterday evening and was booked or at least arrested on charges of murder and child endangering. The police have not connected the two names, but in both cases, we're talking about the Cleveland police have identified a 28-year-old woman who was arrested in connection with the two suitcases. And then you have the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Department that booked a woman, 28 years old, Aaliyah Henderson, for and what will eventually be charges. She was arrested on charges of murder and child endangering.
Okay. More from this Facebook group. Okay, so the family of Aaliyah had posted, because people were going a little out of control in the comment section. And according to the family, again, this is unverified, but they did actually post pictures of the two girls, and it was her sister that basically Aaliyah has been keeping the girls from seeing the family for the past 7 years. So if you do the math, you're looking at like, a 7 and like, a 1.5-year-old then. And she was moving around a lot. So whenever the family would try to do like wellness calls or wellness checks, then she would move. There's two different dads. One has been he was in prison. I don't know if he's still in prison. I don't know if he got out. Again, according to the family, they did wellness checks. They were trying to find out where she lived. She was always changing her address. And there's a potential here that they're saying that she changed her name. We're still looking into all of that, but this was a lot of the family saying mental health issues. But more importantly, they were saying that they were trying to get the state involved, and nobody was doing anything. And they took one of the kids, not one of the two kids, but they had taken a kid already. And so they didn't understand why these two children were not also taken. Again, this is all not verified, but it was popping off in the this Cleveland Facebook page.
So we'll let you watch the rest of the video as his backup is about to arrive. But again, out of sensitivity, we are going to stop before the officer reaches for the zipper to open that suitcase. In no way, shape, or form would we ever show that.
Well, thank you. They also redact, okay? I want to know, the guy said he was walking by for a week, with the dog. I'm curious of how much he pulled out, you know what I mean? I'm sure he's given a very detailed account of everything, but now remember, it's been snowing like crazy, and Cleveland has had a lot of snow.
This is where the officer walks down. If you look just at the bottom of the screen there is another area of disturbed dirt. Not entirely sure if that was the location of the second suitcase, but we know it was along that same tree line. His backup is just pulling up, and we'll take you through the rest of this video.
15 radio. Can you show me a 5 working on 3 reports and Mark taking in there in Guthrie?
I copy. Yeah, 3-4 radio.
Now, something that I think is kind of off is, how does he know that maybe they're what if there was somebody still alive in there? I don't know. I guess maybe he just knows. I don't know. He hasn't made any attempt to do anything. I don't know. also when he first responded to the neighbor that had walked the dog. I mean, he said that the suitcase was there for a week, though, too. You know what I mean? Now, the neighbor said that he opened up the suitcase and he saw a head, and then he stopped, and then he, freaked. He got freaked. I mean, who wouldn't?
Chief Romeo with Sandy 3 on this call. I copy 1834. Radio to Barney 14. His listed address is going to be in Euclid. They did have a possible callback.
Euclid.
It's from last September. It's 216-463-2233.
Okay, so the other officer arrived.
The last four digits of that phone number.
Yep, last score is going to be 22.
Now, what's crazy is this school that's now the Ginn Academy. Back in the day, like way back in the day, it was a junior high, and it's actually where my dad went to school.
3.
Crazy.
Copy that.
I ain't opened it yet. I left my flashlight. Oh, you got a flashlight. We're going to have to look and see. I mean, it's like partially buried. He said it was sticking out for like a week. He finally decided to open it up.
See, that's my question. It was just sitting like this. I don't think that he's accurate with that. I don't know.
I just want to see. You flash your light on. I just want to see if there's any blood or anything on it. No? Yeah.
And so
Open it up.
I'm just trying to see if the dirt looks like it was.
I just want to see. You flash your light on. I just want to see if there's any blood or anything on it.
See, that's interesting. Now, remember, in Cleveland, it's been snowing. There's been tons of snow. So the weather has just recently gotten warmer, so the snow would be melting. So I'm also curious of how long are we talking here? Because we're talking the snow would definitely be, as high as like that suitcase was ever. Totally. It was also been really cold. And so just recently the snow's melting. And it just doesn't seem like it's, I was trying to see like the dirt around it and how much these like unbury it, but it doesn't look like that. Do you live close to there? No, I don't live close to there. I mean, if this is in Cleveland, well, it's an area called Cullenwood. So, but you still live close to there. I mean, close isn't like, I don't know what, 15, 20 minutes. But a lot of my family grew up in that area. Basically, all the Italians took over Collinwood back in the day.
No.
See, so do you see that? That just blows my mind because it doesn't look like this was not like buried. I don't know. This is wild. Anyway, so here is some updates as far as, again, it's not vetted. Holy shit. Okay, let me see. Oh, I gotta give it a shout out. We got another Pisces in the house birthday. Boston, where you at? Are you in chat, love? Happy birthday, Boston. Also, exactly 10 years ago today, 19 hours ago, yeah. Remember I was telling you guys about that case, Joey LaBute? Anyways, here in Columbus, Joey was captured on camera walking out of the Union Cafe in Columbus, presumably the last time he was seen by anyone other than his killer or killers. He was last heard from at 1:22 a.m., March 5th, 2016. Unsolved Mysteries has been in contact with me regarding an upcoming podcast on his case they want me to participate in. Nothing definitive as of yet, but I will provide updates as they become known. I'm going to hit up his brother. I would totally help with that. That's always bothered me. So those of you guys that are just joining, this is Cleveland released the body cam, and when the first arriving
For the
officer,
last week, it's a suitcase from back here.
This because, but
How
really,
you doing, sir?
to answer some of the questions many of you have.
Understood.
If you go, you can see the case from back here. It's all the way straight to the back.
Close to that sign?
Yeah, see the little black
Straight ahead in front of me? Okay.
straight.
It's
Yeah,
a suitcase?
it's a suitcase. I've been walking past it for about a week now because I
Okay.
take my dog. I stay right here. I take my dog. I usually walk her through there and then come around here.
Okay.
And for the last week, she's been it was like a mound of dirt. She's been stopped and sniffing like a little too long.
Okay.
And today I was like, well, I'm gonna take it. I hope it's not what I'm.
Right.
And it was halfway buried. It's about this thick. It's about halfway buried. I pulled it up, unzipped it. I couldn't really see, and I opened it up and it.
Buried under the dirt it was?
Yeah, halfway.
Okay.
You can see a little part of it sticking out.
And you said you
okay, see that's so he's saying it was halfway buried. So I'm just curious if it's got to be more than what it looks like now. That's just wild.
noticed it for about a week already?
Yeah, it's been sitting over there like somebody buried it or tried to bury it. And like I said, I walk my dog over there and she keeps stopping it. She sniff a little too long.
Right.
You know, she
So the other thing is that he just noticed it a week ago. It could have been there longer because of the snow.
sniff stuff like, and I'm like, I don't know what that is.
Right.
I'm not with it. And today I was just like, let me see what that really is.
Okay.
It's back there.
All right,
I pulled it up so it's kind of standing up and it stinks like hell.
Okay. You're right here.
He said they say it stinks.
Here,
All right,
I
I'll
pulled
go.
it up so it's kind of standing up and it stinks like hell.
Okay. You're right here.
How did he
What was your name,
not?
sir?
I mean,
Okay.
I don't
I
know.
will check it out. I'll be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, just stand through rather.
Okay. So I want to read you guys something really quick. All right, on this Facebook page, it's the Cleveland, Ohio Remembrance page. Okay. So more family members speak out following the death of the two girls because they weren't announcing the name, but now we have the names. Now this is allegedly a family member. I have been reaching out trying to get a hold of my sister, okay, Aaliyah Henderson, for years. I have not seen her or those kids in 7 years. She accused me of trying to steal them away from her, and ever since then, I was never allowed to see them again. She changed her name. She blocked me from everything. When you look up her address, we could not find her. I put in wellness checks. Now, that had my attention, the whole wellness checks, okay? And I will just tell you this. They did not, I mean, we found her right away. But again, we had the first and last name. Let me see something. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So since 2019, 6 addresses since 2019. Let's see. Okay, so she blocked me from everything. When you looked up her address, we could not find her. I put in wellness checks. We did the work. Those kids were loved. Aaliyah hid from everyone. People are blaming my mother, like the grandmother, and saying that she knew what was happening. No one knew anything. We all have been trying to reach out to her. I just want people to know that if someone doesn't want to be found, they don't want to be found. Aaliyah Henderson had a 3rd child, which we just found out. They didn't even know she had a 3rd child. She was 6 years old. She was taken away from her. Our question is, why wasn't the other girls taken? So, okay. So this is where it gets confusing for me, because remember, the police are talking about how when they had went to talk to, I'm assuming, Aaliyah at the house, they talked about that there was another kid there. So I'm curious what the sister is saying about, they're saying that one of the kids they didn't even know about. And so maybe they're confused about when the child was taken, like the child was just taken, but she's over here claiming like she was 6 years old. She was taken away from her. Our question is, why wasn't the other girls taken? Then, hey, there she is. Happy birthday. Cheers, you little sexy thing. Then it says, all these people talking shit, saying what the family was doing. Where was the father, the uncles, aunties? Ray been locked for 8 years. So I put 2 and 2 together, and I was like, okay, I think Ray is one of the dads. Aaliyah kept blocking everybody and changing numbers and up and moving every time someone ran into her. We've been trying to figure out a way to get Armor back to his family, but she kept disappearing. I think she means her family. I have no idea. She says, I don't understand it. If shit was getting that hard, give the babies back to the families you've been keeping them from. Aaliyah, I hope you get out on mental health caseload and something. I don't care who feels some type of way. Me saying that either let's meet up and do whatever. I love you. Sorry we couldn't save you. Ray, I love you, bro. Free my brother, man. Unquote. I have no idea, but so the only thing I see that's really kind of off here is that when you look at the pictures that they posted, the 2 girls look really close in age. And when you, I mean, I don't know, maybe, meh. But if you go to Corp News, which is the Cleveland, Ohio's remembrance page, you can see shit is just popping off like crazy in that Facebook page. But that's where this information is coming from. And it's saying that Aaliyah's sister, she was been trying to get a hold of her for years, and she had not seen her or those kids in 7 years. She accused me of trying to steal them away from her. And ever since then, I was never allowed to see them. She changed her name. She blocked me from everything. Now, the 2 kids have different last names. Chatman, Chatman, and Wilson. I haven't seen pictures yet. The pictures that I posted on this thumbnail, those were pictures from that the family had posted the last time they had seen the kids, which was, like she's saying, 7 years ago. So that was the picture. That's why they look like really little. She's claiming that she put in wellness checks. And now I read somewhere else too that they wouldn't do shit without an address. Oh yeah, I know how I read that. That was the dad. Because somebody took screenshots of what the dad was writing. Let me see. Let me go into my Cleveland Remembrance page. It's like the Cleveland, Ohio Remembrance page. And like I said, it's, if you go scroll down a little bit, and you're going to find, it says, the father of Mila Chapman reached out exclusively to Corp News, Cleveland, Ohio Remembrance page, and stated that he made several attempts over the years to gain custody of his daughter and raised concerns about her well-being. In quotes, I've been calling CPS. I went to the courts trying to make contact for 3 years, but they shut me down. They said if I didn't have an address, there was nothing they could do, he said. And I'm like, wait a second. Schools, like you have to like put your kid in school. I called police multiple times for welfare checks over those 3 years, but nothing was ever done because I didn't have an address. I find this like, I mean, I hope he did this because all it took me was just 2 seconds and I got 6 addresses. He says he also attempted to file for an emergency custody several times. In quotes, there were too many red flags. That's why she disappeared and why my daughter was kept from me, end quote. Now, Mila's father has to go through a process of verifying paternity to find out any information about his beloved baby girl. That is ridiculous. It's sad. So I went to his, because he did a text. He was texting with somebody on Facebook, and it said, the person that was asking him the question says, well, he says, I've been calling CPS. I've then been to courts trying to make contact for 3 years, but they shut me down. Said if I ain't have an address, it was nothing they can do. Called police multiple times for welfare checks over the 3 years, but they never did anything because I didn't have an address. Then the person that he's talking with, they write back and say, damn, man, that's messed up. I'm so sorry. The pic on your profile, is that the most recent pic you have of her? And he said, yeah, in this phone. That's all he had. Did the mom seem abusive? I know you're not in the best headspace. I'm really sorry to ask these questions. And then the guy responded with, I tried to get emergency custody on multiple occasions. Too many red flags, and that's why she disappeared and kept my daughter away from me. And so sad. Again, that's the father of Mila Chapman, C-H-A-T, not Chap, but Chat, C-H-A-T. So sad. So I have no idea how this happened, but I'm curious if I know that then they have, let's see. Okay. You know what? I think I could pull up this page. Let me pull up the page. Let me see if I can. Okay. Here you go. If you go to the Corp News, this is the Cleveland, Ohio Remembrance page. This is where the message is. We're going back and forth. Father says he tried for years to reach his daughter before it was too late. So that was posted about 8 hours ago. But that's the messaging back and forth. And then this is, well, this is the picture. And this is in the left. This is the mother that's holding the girl on the left. That's one of them. And then the other girl is on the grandmother's lap, and she's right there rubbing her eye. And so we're looking at like potentially like this is her at like 1.5, and then she would have been like 7. And then this is where that information came from. Did that click over? Okay. All these people talking shit. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Oh yeah. So here we go. So this is where I got that picture from. Mila and Armar. So sad. And then here's the video of the neighbor that the neighbor took. And then there was another one. This is her. So it's like, look at how much, she's changed a lot. I don't know. Aaliyah Henderson, 14 hours ago, but whenever this was posted, March 4th at 8:28. Murder, endangering children. So then another video was posted. I was going through this because I wanted to see right here. Oh, what the heck just happened? Okay. This is the video of the neighbor taken of all the evidence coming out of the house in evidence bags. So, like literally like the next door neighbor. And there was just like one. So see like 1, 2, 3. There was 3 bags there. So there you go. That was from the neighbor though. I was like going through this page. I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, there's a lot of stuff on this page. Anyways. Yeah. But people are, of course, acting out in the comment section. Anyways, the Cleveland, Ohio Remembrance page, if you guys want to check it out, it's all you. Now, again, I can't verify any of that. I'm just giving you that information. All right, so a couple other things were, we know the schools that they would have had to attend if they went to the, the Cleveland public schools. And I think we're going to find out exactly what the family's been talking about here. is that if she's been jumping all over. But I will say this: it's not like she's going around like to like different states or anything like that. Everything is Cleveland, you know, East 143rd Street, 105th, 18th, Park Hill, 162nd. I mean, this isn't, this person isn't bouncing all over to the point that they're leaving the state or even like the east side of Cleveland. So I don't know. So. I'm talking about, I don't even know if the kids were enrolled.
Radio.
Right. So if you're just joining us, this was the body worn cam of the officer. And I don't know where the other suitcase was located, but this just was like,
I got you.
This to be here for as long as it was like visible for a week. I'm just shocked that. I mean, wow. Okay.
The officer at this point is waiting for backup. You'll hear a conversation that he also needs someone to bring him a flashlight. Keep in mind, this is just the first of 2 suitcases that were found after the body was discovered. And this one, they start searching that entire woodline that you see, and they do eventually find a second suitcase with another body in it. Again,
Hey, are you still inside the district? Okay. I was gonna have you grab my flashlight, but that's all right. When you get up here, if you go down 162,
All right. All right, we're going to switch gears. I'm actually going to come back this to close out the program tonight, but we're going to switch gears on over now to Nancy Guthrie, day 33. Is that where we're at? First, second, third, no, fourth, fifth. I don't know. Maybe it's 35. Shit. Nancy Guthrie, again, feds were over at the house. Let's go in and see what JLR is up to. He's been... They just said to call him Tucson John. I don't know if you guys have heard that, but Tucson John. Kid you not. So there's Brian Enton. Now, I also want to mention that I don't know. I was talking about something to do with Tucson, and Bella says to me, "Are you aware of YouTube creators that are cheating on their spouses and hooking up in Tucson while they're reporting on the Nancy Guthrie case?" I said, "Excuse me, what the fuck are you talking about?" Shit, you not. That is the conversation. I was like, "I'm covering the case, not people's affairs." She's like, "I'm telling you, somebody is married. Supposedly somebody is married, covering the case out in Tucson, and they are cheating on their person that they're married to with another person that's out there reporting on the case." I said, "Stop." I was like, "Are you just fucking with me?" She says, "No." And she wants me to find out what's going on. And I said, "Excuse me."
All right, so as soon as it gets dark here, we're going to go on a walk.
I said, "Okay, now you're punking me." She's like, "I swear to God." She's like, "And if you don't find out who it is," and I was like, "Get the fuck out of here." So again, guys, hit the thumbs up because that's the scoop. The scoop is is that
No dogs tonight, huh?
there's somebody there that's married.
Have a good
And
night.
they're sleeping with another YouTuber who's covering the case who's not married, but one of them is married. And I'm like, I don't even know who's covering the case there, like a YouTuber besides JLR. I mean, a couple of the people obviously like that JLR has met there, like obviously, but I'm talking about true crime, creators that then so I have no idea. I said I don't know. Maybe Brian knows. Just totally kidding. Okay, guys, don't start that rumor now. But this is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah. So I'm over here talking about Nancy Guthrie, and Bella's over here talking about, yeah, people are hooking up at that.
Who?
I said,
Neighbors down
okay,
there?
I'll figure it out. Savannah's not back at work yet, guys. She went to visit the studio. So there's a difference. So Savannah today went to the studio, thanked all of the coworkers for, everything. And she says that she plans to return, but she's not, she hasn't returned. So I don't know. I just, well, clearly you're going to have to return sometime. It's like work, So if JLR would take my phone call, then I could ask him. So, but here we go.
Nancy Guthrie wants tomorrow.
This
the
is how
neighbor of Nancy Guthrie
this is how the day kicked off. Okay,
wants to take me out.
listen.
This case. Well, bring a medium. We're street of one of the neighbors' homes,
Okay, here, ready?
and this is
Hold on. So this is how his day started. JLR.
where we're at. We're social media, what's going on. But I don't know, man. I don't know if we're gonna get any activity or what. Each and every night I say, hey, there's gonna be somebody that's gonna get arrested. And that's the hope. That is the hope that somebody gets apprehended for this and caught and everything like that. But we are a forum. We're with this. We're bringing attention to Nancy. Absolutely. We want Nancy found safe. This is the Catalina foothills back in front of her home. Not much activity going on here. Nothing at all. Was just speaking to some of the neighbors that were picking up the trash this morning. Really good neighbors around here. Parked down the street at one of the neighbors' homes. And this is where we're at. Later on, maybe we'll take some calls. Maybe we'll drive around a little bit. And we'll see what's happening. Hello, good morning.
Now.
What do you think about mediums in this case? Well, bring a medium. Bring them up. Tomorrow.
Listen to this.
The neighbor of Nancy Guthrie wants to take me out on a mission tomorrow.
When I first heard this, I was like, take you out. I'm like, oh my God, see, I told you guys he's going to go on a date. No. I think take out on a mission, but.
Or without cameras or without live. I can film, but not live stream. So we'll see what happens there.
Nancy Guthrie's neighbor wants to take him out on a mission.
This morning. Good morning, everyone. Keeping public awareness to Nancy. Decided to stream up. Wasn't sure if I was going to stream up today, but we're still here. We're still here in Tucson, and we will continue.
So
what's going on? Day 33 days ago, out of this home right here in the Catalina foothills, Nancy Guthrie was taken out, or was she not taken out?
33 days ago?
According to the Pima County Sheriff and Savannah Guthrie.
I swear we're going backwards with the days.
Bedroom. From her bedroom outside this home right here. From the bedroom.
Strange men pulling up, yelling obscenities at me, and
okay, ready?
My name is Kiki, and I am the girl from the videos. When I received an influx of DMs from young people asking me, who is Nancy Guthrie and what are these posts from the New York Post about, I knew it was my job to continue to raise awareness over Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. I wanted to make a public statement exposing the real truth. I'm very well known on a hidden platform, which offers a feature to us where you can post videos similarly to YouTube, known as OFTV. I flew to Tucson, Arizona to cover a bunch of different topics, and one of them was Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Never in a million years did I think some self-appointed true crime reporters on YouTube would make their entire stream about me when they're supposed to be there live streaming Nancy Guthrie's house and talking about her disappearance. I myself showed up for a few hours, maybe two, with my videographer to record an episode for my own channel. The photos that you are referring to were for the channel thumbnail. Unbeknownst to me, these perverts then directed their entire stream onto me the entire time, accusing me of doing a photo shoot because I refused to speak to them. My main goal when visiting Nancy Guthrie's house was to raise awareness and report facts. This was not about me. This is about Nancy and her family. Not only was I filmed the entire time, I had strange men pulling up, yelling obscenities at me. And as for the New York Post, whose views are already dying, of course.
You guys, think about it though. She's absolutely right though. She just wanted to go there to make a thumbnail, right? And she's like, hold on one second here. I have just as much right to be there, to do whatever the fuck I want for my channel. And you fucking perverts. Okay. I'm like, okay, girl. Okay. So, because I agree. But what was her channel? Is it OnlyFans something?
They wanted to cover me. That was the biggest story of this entire week. And when it comes to my outfit, I'm free to express myself in whatever way I feel comfortable. It was
Amen, sister.
95 degrees and it was hot. And aside from
It was
to express myself in whatever way I feel comfortable. It was 95 degrees and it was hot. And aside from that, in my video, nowhere in the video at all do you see my lower half. And the only people paying attention to my lower half and videotaping it for the internet were the self-appointed true crime investigators for YouTube. As for Nancy Guthrie and her family, I'm very, very sorry if any of this have hurt you guys in the process. My outfit was not to be disrespectful. I came there with no intent to do any interviews, any media coverage, anything really about myself, rather than to raise awareness to your family and your guys' misfortune. And as for the rest of you, my outfit does not determine my respect, my competence, or my intelligence. One thing that I learned from all of this is that the media is completely fake. They said,
yes, I agree. Fuck yeah, girl.
That I didn't leave flowers. I went to the memorial after I was done recording, laid the flowers down and said a prayer. And for my final statement, I just want to say God bless the entire Guthrie family and hopefully we can bring Nancy home safe.
Okay, now what does JLR have to say about this?
Okay, Kiki had a response to everyone filming her.
Thoughts?
Seems like she's taking her anger at the Post, the New York Post.
I fucking say hell yeah.
Interesting. Lady Jane Soap says, my grandmother has mobility issues. Took us way longer than 2 to 3 minutes to get her settled. Garage data suspect. 2 to 3 minutes, because that 2 minute, everyone's question.
We are talking about that post, that video.
Wow, did she only help her assistant? 2 minutes.
JLR doesn't have a comment.
Quiet out here.
Okay.
The only one out here.
I guess we're moving on
Like Nancy Guthrie's home.
to the next point of the day.
It's gonna be a little warm today, but not as bad.
Right there. What's this?
That's a VW. VW. Didn't they say the white car was a Kia Soul? We had one caller back and said, look at Google Maps, and you put the neighborhood back in last year, 2024, and you could see a white car down the street. 5 times that white car passed you. Interesting, huh?
Okay, next
yeah, some people drive around. They know they can't park, so they just drive around. But remember the guy, the goofy guy that got arrested for the DUI? He drove around 100 times. So this car's turning around. Right here, this red car is now coming back.
That's what you do too, JLR.
Here's a red car that just turned around.
We drive all over. Okay, ready.
Put up the umbrella. So our phone.
They got the golf umbrellas out. Okay. By the way, JLR has new merch. Check it out. It's fucking straight fire. Let me tell you why. Because they decided to take JLR's like top said phrases, you know, and finally, I'm going to buy a hoodie.
All right. Yep. Got a little spot here. The command center. The command center outside.
I wouldn't be able to sit there all day.
Here it is. That's all you need. Tripod, cell phone, Verizon, umbrella, chair. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
He's like, what? He's like, fuck you, News Nation. Look at me. I got 30,000 in chat. Fucking me my umbrella, my chair, Verizon, cell phone. I love it. Tucson John. Tucson John. He needs to make a hoodie that says that. What's this? Luke Daly, okay. Control speed, avoid accident. What?
Luke Anthony Daly received a citation on 2/24/2026, and he had court yesterday for it. Control, but why is it
226?
I'm gonna call Tucson or something if you can. We're headed out. She wants to show us some stuff. And be safe.
Be safe. Let's go, bro. Where's that camera?
Arrest warrant for the drug stuff.
What else happened today?
Little truck went through. All right. You got a sharp eye, my man. You're good. That's like Guthrie, like Guthrie. I don't know.
That is weird. Well,
He said he never seen that before, and he's just like, man. He said he saw it yesterday, and he contacted the FBI and sheriffs. He called it in, and they acknowledged him. He gave me the address. I'm gonna go.
What's going on here?
It comes and goes.
All right.
They're just gonna put it out there. We're like, what the heck is this? Something maybe
go ahead. Filed
on a tree right by the road, and this is the address. So it's right at that corner, right at that.
Oh God, what is he doing?
Hey, I wanted to just show you guys something, if you don't mind. Like, it was down the street, if you don't mind. You know about this mug here that was placed by a tree with the letter G?
Where's that now?
So this is at the location right here. It's there's a tree there, there's a house, and everyone's talking about it. A neighbor said he contacted the FBI, and I don't know what it is, but it's just odd that it's there. It's just a G placed on a tree right by the road. And this is the address, so it's right at that corner, right at this.
You spoke to a neighbor, you said?
Yeah, a neighbor approached me in front of the Guthrie home. I'm out there live streaming and said he contacted the FBI yesterday about this G cup. And you can screenshot.
Yeah,
it's still there. I've seen it.
That's fine. I'll take the location as well, please.
Yeah. Get that shit, JLR. So JLR is talking to the police.
Let me know when you're ready for the next
and the FBI.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it'll be like right there. So it's on the street. It's like
It's across the street from 5450 North Calle.
So everyone's just saying it's odd that it was there. A G cup.
Yes, dead. Yes, and now they're not releasing any more information.
Yeah. Something maybe.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
I'm nervous that it was like a self, harming. So I was trying to give face to the family. I don't know.
Maybe they'll see. That was a great thing. Think that was good too?
Absolutely.
So the FBI is going today door to door again. And then JLR was following them. And so I'm super confused as to why they're just not taking a car and driving. Anybody
it's
else
interesting that they're canvassing the neighborhood west of her home.
These houses aren't on.
There's another group of 2 agents south of here. They were at that house under construction.
I would think that you could cover more ground if you're driving.
You again. It's you again.
I would absolutely fall out of my chair if JLR got in one of those. Okay.
Remember these guys?
Shit.
So it's FBI, folks. It's FBI, not Pima County Sheriff's Department.
This is the most bizarre shit wow. Think about it. The Idaho 4, there was no neighborhood canvassing like this ever after, the first hour after the homicides. There was no.
They're coming back out.
There should have been. I don't even know what to say about this shit.
He took the picture. Apparently, go take a look, or they're aware.
They are aware of the mug. I don't know. I just don't understand why they're not getting in a car and driving around. Talk about wasting time. Just all these doors. Fucking 30 days later, 33, 35.
Back to the scene, neighborhood. It's a good theory. Or up here, headed north. We're getting towards Orange Grove. You know, that's the route that go to Luke Daly's house. I'm back from the G-Mug.
Wow.
We still got a very active scene.
I mean, what do you guys think about this?
Here, 33 days later.
I just watched. Yeah, isn't it good? I mean,
Natalie loves Florida. Everything they've said and shown
he
has
says
to be
he's seen it
strategic.
through,
LE
so he's going to be there forever.
have nothing is a misstep. The real work of putting the case together begins with when gathering info stops. Silence equals progress. Natalie loves Florida. Thank you. And there's a Chevron too going up here.
Right, when they said, okay, fuck it, we're going to go somewhere else.
Savannah went back to New York, FBI in the neighborhood.
Let's see. Freebird, thank you so much. More gas. All right, look. Boom, Freebird, look. Woo-hoo. Thank you.
Hey.
Nancy Guthrie's home.
What are they doing?
Brother.
See where they go. As a matter of fact, back it up and then face them and see what. So this is Nancy Guthrie Street, leaving her house, going westbound. I think they're seriously focused on this being the route that the perp took.
Hold on, there might be. I need a coffee, man. I'm like, bad. Coffee in me right now.
I'm good. I got drinks in the back if you want to drink.
You don't. They're gonna be here all day.
Interested in? FBI too. Yeah, that is FBI.
Oh shit!
We're losing him. They're losing him. Oh my god! Oh shit!
All right, so this is interesting. They're probably like, these fools are following us. I mean, now they're headed left. This is Camino Cresta and Via Entrada.
It's hard to lose them in here.
What is going on?
In this little area, because there's dead ends here. A lot of dead ends. Ask me how I know.
Oh,
FBI, the same direction I'm heading.
Oh my god!
Let me see.
And if it so happened to stop, I mean, I am reporting.
We're headed towards bottom of East River Road. We're going.
This is
this takes us down to River Road.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
Might as well just go get your coffee over here. Where are you getting your coffee at?
Interesting.
They're going left. Interesting though. They're not going back towards the office. They're going back towards camp. I'm sorry.
If they come back,
Look at how far they're back. Is that an edge? Uh oh! Look out! What a day! What a day in the life.
Once I get the car,
I mean, we really expanded the search here. Now we're fucking straight up. Yeah.
All right. So it looks like they're going up through these businesses here on Campbell Avenue.
You laughed.
Campbell Avenue.
I
Going up
just
Campbell
fell out
Avenue.
laughing. You must have. This is absolutely wild to me.
Nope. All right, they're going up north on Campbell.
You guys know that, like, somebody, people would call the cops.
Guys, I think I'm lost. Where is the start?
No, we're good. We're good. So looks good, brother. Thank you. Well, that's where the footage was.
Please. No, they can't shake me.
So when did they decide that it was not going to do it anymore? Again.
These agents turn to the left. It should be the next one. They might not. Sorry. Yesterday or the day beside of Starbucks.
Well, yeah, I was gonna get it regardless.
He's like, fuck it. Oh my god.
Oh, there was head on. There was head on.
Whoa, FBI almost crashed.
FBI almost crashed.
Oh my god.
FBI almost crashed.
That's crazy. He almost hit you. He almost hit you, right?
That's FBI.
That's it. Yeah, he almost hit you,
That's
right?
FBI.
That's the FBI?
That's FBI.
All right. Yeah.
Oh my god. What the fuck is going on?
Oh, she's parking. She's parking.
Oh god.
Abort. The FBI almost crashed into that guy. That guy was like, "You almost hit me, man. She almost hit me, man." That dude was from Miami.
Where is he going?
Oh, man.
All right, but this has been interesting.
Heck yeah.
I'm trying to process this.
Yeah, work your brain, dude. Work that gel art magic. Meantime, I gotta go get some coffee, man.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
They seem like they were focused here. Let me show you on the map. They were focused.
Once I get it, I'm good.
Jeller's like, hurry the fuck up.
Here's what I observed today. Right? This is her house.
Okay.
If you leave out of her house and go down to Camino Escalante and Camino Maribel, FBI was at this house right here. That was a house under construction. That's the house that they started yelling at me, or the guys started saying don't film, and they were just at that house. That's the house they were across the street. Now that house had some sort of surveillance that pointed towards this road here, Camino Maribel.
Happy dance.
Dance. Then they went north.
Yeah, that was quick.
They were going north. They were going all the way north,
Did he already really get his coffee?
and then they stopped right around here.
There's no way.
Those other agents got in their car and left. Now those agents that we were just following also, they were at this corner here across the street from the church. So they were at this home here.
Oh my God. Try that.
I'm okay. No, I got it. But
Here, try that. No, I'm okay. I'm a germaphobe, man. Fuck no, I'm not taking your fucking drink.
They were at this home here. So it's interesting. It's interesting here because it seems like it's possible that they're coming under the theory that the perp left Nancy's home and went down to Camino Maribel and headed north. It eventually takes you to Orange Grove.
Needed a mobile order. He did something.
Let's go back to Nancy's.
Let's go back to Nancy's.
All right, if you don't mind.
I don't want to go to Nancy's.
What do you have?
I don't want to go to Nancy's.
Dang it.
Maybe they've developed romance.
I almost crashed.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna get my car.
Yeah, what is he doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna get my car.
I gotta
I'm gonna
pee.
get my car.
Who's he with? Wait. What's he doing? What is going on?
But yeah, man.
Like we need snacks.
But it kind of gives us the insight now, like which way the
Oh god, okay.
I'm gonna be able to squeeze through there. Wow.
Oh my god. I got this all day. JLR's like, okay, whew. I'm back in the saddle.
I think they went to Embassy Suites.
Embassy Suites.
Ellie?
We're at the Embassy Suites. What? JLR's doing his own car. He does not want to be held hostage.
Undercover. Nope.
Totally. I feel like they think that like Nancy Guthrie's gonna like disappear like Jesus Christ or something like. Right.
Yeah, that's what they say. So if
Yeah.
they move.
Okay, now watch this. I know that this made it was like a big thing.
Look at this. This all by design.
Look at this.
Hi. How are you? Pinky.
Well, hold on. We got something. Hold on. What the heck is this? He's putting up some boards.
No, I think we got something. Hold on.
Camera crew comes and now somebody's putting poster boards up.
You know what it's like? It's like a fish, you know, you're fishing and something starts tugging on your reel and you're like, oh my God, we got something. Ready? Let's take a look. Let's take a listen. JLR. Everything is like calm.
Got more camera crews showing up.
Ready?
Something's popping off here. Get the camera crews.
Oh my God. Hi. How are you? Pinky.
Well, hold on. We got something. Hold on. What the heck is this? He's putting up some boards. Camera crew comes and now somebody's putting poster boards up. Was this all by design? All right, we got camera crews. Look at this. So a camera crew came and now they're putting signs up. So a camera crew came with people putting signs up.
Who is that? Is that John DePete? What the I got this on my double speed too. Come on. Oh wait, hold on. No, I haven't. 1.5. Wait. This is the woman behind the painting? Behind the painting? What painting? What painting? Oh my God. Oh God. What kind of painting? Nancy, wait, what is that? Nancy, all of us are praying for you to come home. Is it a nightlight? What?
Signs and the camera crew arrived. They all arrived at the same time. Camera crew and people putting up signs.
I'd be like, get it off my flowers. My flowers are gonna die. What is going on? She's putting just paintings everywhere?
Yeah, she was here before. Second, folks. You were out here before, weren't you? This is your second time.
No, it's actually my fourth time.
What brings you back again?
Because Nancy's been right here, and we are praying that she does come home, hopefully alive. Hopefully.
So JLR's the only one that asked her any questions. He just pops right in. Hey, I've seen you before.
Sweetheart, so was her daughter. So it's really
I've been here 5 times.
They're extremely conservative. Really, it's a lot of days, but that doesn't mean anything. You know, we think like I can really sympathize with her. Taken from her own home. Terrible. Really terrible.
You were praying out here the other day.
Yes, I was.
You want to talk about that?
You want me to talk about it? Well, everybody has their own kind of prayer.
Comes with a bunch of signs with a personal camera crew. It looks like it's probably NBC, I think. Yeah, they put a microphone on her. Put a microphone on her.
Tell her her smile just looks like much. God bless you.
Organized. They say, come here and we'll do a whole interview and act like we don't know you and ask why you're here and what's your name. As if,
Taylor's saying this is staged.
look, give the clap. Look, watch. Clap. Action. Did you just see that? They said, give the clap. Action. Everyone clap. Action. Take one. Over.
Crazy. This is nuts.
You see her clap? It's all, we're watching a movie. We're watching a movie script right here. Literally in front of Nancy's home. Like, as if like NBC just rolled up on some ladies here at the house, right? No, they all organized. They said, come here and we'll do a whole interview and we'll act like we don't know you and ask why you're here and what's your name.
This is so crazy to me.
That's crazy. Again, unless you guys see it otherwise.
What the hell is going on? What is this turning into? I go a couple days, don't check in with JLR, and now we're following the FBI around. Some woman comes up there and she's calling everybody perverts because she just wants to take a thumbnail.
That's all scripted over there.
Now it's all scripted news.
You agree? They all came the same time. Did you see the clapping? Like the clap? It was like, hey, action, take over.
I'm just, wow. How long do they spend out there? Jeez. Are these new people? Who are these people? Oh, is that John? Oh my God, maybe it's him. Hey, Bella, I may have found your little cheater. Maybe it's John. Totally kidding, guys. Okay, well, Nancy Guthrie's just getting wilder by the day.
I don't know. A lot of people go back to Occam's razor.
Yeah.
Simplest way, simplest form here.
Yeah, me too. Stupid simple, as Mel would say.
Stupid simple.
Stupid simple.
Stupid simple.
What?
Occam's
Keep it
razor is
simple,
more
stupid.
complex.
You are doing a great job. You really are. And I would love to see you guys get a psychic out there, the spirit box thing. The family's been out there now. I know a lot of people said, well, for respect to the family, we shouldn't do that.
They want to get a spirit box out here? Are you fucking kidding me?
You know, that brings me to, what is that building back there that you go up in there right across from Nancy's and turn around? And then you'll come down to the stop sign across from her house and sit there in the shade, or what is that building?
That's the next door neighbor's house?
There's a list,
but it's been empty. Yeah, going into the circle, there's a 1, 2, 3, 4 houses back there. They're all home.
Disappeared quick.
Disappeared quick.
I'll show you the video or the
I think it's funny because these people are ridiculous.
Wait, what happened? What happened? What is it? Kidnapped? Taylor's
Look, somebody literally says I'm the person. They're using my eyes. What a wackadoodle. That's funny.
What a wackadoodle.
Stuff, man. That's crazy. I think it's funny because these people are ridiculous, but yeah, right. Now, with Purple and Taylor imagine how much tips they get from just wackadoodles. Like they have to iron out stuff.
Oh my fucking God.
That's where I keep going back to.
Wait.
Thank you, Christina Cunningham. Scooby.
What is this? Oh, another Elantra. That's a newer one.
What do you think? Yeah or no? Kanga, pick her up.
Brian Etton's out there. I see him.
I'm gonna pick you, Kanga.
Wow.
Come on in the chat.
Wow.
News Nation doing their report out here.
Is he still live?
20 minutes.
Oh my God. Oh, wait. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, Britney Spears mess. Oh.
What do you think?
So JLR went, he's like, just another 11 dayer. 11 hours.
Say another 10 minutes. We have about 25 minutes before we have to kill the stream.
Oh, because he's trying to do it for 12 hours. Wow. Okay. Unreal. Okay. Well, geez. Woo. All right. Next up, moving right along. Karen Reed's Signal app messages and text messages are out. They're being passed around. Just play something for you guys. Wow. Let's see. No. According to, well, let's see.
But they said, you know what? Actually, we're not going to turn over her cell phones at this time. Her attorney at that time filed a motion for a return of property, and that sparked the Commonwealth to then file a motion to actually search the phones. This was 19 months after the initial seizure.
So that would have been, and so the initial seizure was January 24th. So this would have been September of 25 that it was seized or thereabouts. That it was searched, I should
It
say.
wasn't searched.
Oh, it was not.
No.
They sought a warrant for it.
They filed a motion on August 28th seeking to search.
Gotcha.
And there were hearings this fall. There were back and forth memorandums that I filed, that the Commonwealth filed, oppositions fighting this. Now, it's important to note that in the meanwhile, on August 29th, the day following the Commonwealth's motion for to search the phones, DS was decided. And DS was decided by the appeals court. And that was a case that was very important for both sides in their argument, and that Judge Krupp certainly asked pointed questions about at the oral argument. So that was sort of the seminal case that was dealt with in the argument and in the motions. Also over the fall, the SJC.
All right. So as we know, Karen Reed, it was ruled that, hey, guess what? Karen Reed gets to keep her cell phone. It's not going to be able to be used. She's going to get her cell phones back. Then there's a motion filed because of the leaked audio recording, and then it being actually misquoted by the opposing civil attorney. Anyways, here we are. Karen beats Cosgrove's like, hey, you know, you're not getting, I'm going to get my phones back. Then they go for an emergency temporary order for Karen not to be able to get the phones in the civil case, and for it to be, you know, we think that she's going to destroy the phone because that's what she's done in the past. She's going to delete stuff, yada, yada, yada. Well, tomorrow there's a hearing, but what has transpired this week is absolutely just fucking unreal. And what I mean unreal is it sucks to see. It just sucks to see these text messages, the Signal app messages, and how we're able to even see these, by the way. It's not from Karen Reed's phone. It's an extraction from Aiden's phone or phones. So how I want to Okay. This is just a simple fact, okay? It doesn't matter how these are out here, why they're out here. Fuck all that. At the end of the day, just like the messages that Proctor had on his phone, I believe that in a civil case, anything that the Alberts would have on their phones, anything that Karen would have on her phones, if y'all are just trading discovery and doing that type of stuff and putting motions in that way, and then going for like Google accounts, iCloud accounts, stuff like that, the stuff's gonna pop off regardless. Especially if you've deleted stuff on your phone in the past, then when you plug in, you can still like, that's how basically Proctor's ship from 13 years was on it. He's an idiot. But let's talk about what's on it. So, okay, for example, let's go back. All right. Karen Reed messages Eden and says, the police can look up a plate and see everyone who has run that plate. John used to look up mine all the time to see which cops were running it. Why the fuck did she turn her phone over? They took her phone because she ran Jen's license plate. They went into the system and found out. Let's see. September 18th, 2023 at 8:41 p.m. Philip Dube came on to Alan once. Now he hates him. Why the fuck even write that? Now there was some big old message about that. Like he's like, what? Like the guy commented on that. Let's see. I only care about like stuff like 9/26, 2023. Want to monitor that house? What? Karen Reed. Want to monitor that house? Well, again, what house, you know? It's about running plates. 9/26, 3:42. I don't think I need it quite at this point. What we'd love is for someone to do surveillance on Wentworth tonight. We really need surveillance set up. Please, please don't breathe a word of this. Oh, that's right. Can you take a swing by Proctor's and see if there's a public sidewalk or any public property near his house? Try to go by 14, whatever the street name is. If you can, get a pic of that Cow's Explorer. I mean, Jesus Christ. Trust me, I get it. She's being framed for murder, right? I want you guys to think about a timeline though, okay? The timeline is that everything, in my opinion, fell off the rails. Like can't like when the wheels fell off is when Judge Bev Canone denied the May 25th to get everybody's phones or whatever they were seeking. When she came back and denied that, that's when the wheels, in my opinion, came all the way the fuck off. So go take a look at that date. Okay. And but Karen Reed, 9/21/2023. I can't fight every battle because I don't trust these people not to share what I send them. And I can't involve the lawyers for the reasons we agreed about yesterday. Fucking A. All of these people are witnesses. We need another photo of that house. Just ask someone to take a ton of photos, as many as they can. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking the photos of the house. I don't know what house you want, though, but can we please run those plates? I it's interesting that this Janelle woman got in trouble for conspiracy because, I don't know what they're going to do to her, but whatever, but because she ran the plates or whatever, but he only ran the plates. The way that it looks to me is that I have to go back and check my timeline to like be able to say, okay, I endorse this 100%, but if the date's right, I don't know. Can we please run those plates? All the cars have left Proctor's. 9/25/2023 at 7:06. Oh God. 9/27/2023. Karen Reed. Krusty is going to have a tough time getting content when the Proctors are indicted. Why even get involved in his fucking shit like that? 9/27/12:58. Alan hates when I saw crusty panties. What? So the next time around I say, oh, Alan hates when I say crusty panties. So the next time around I say Kate Peter, and then he gets my point. What the fuck? Is she talking to Aiden? Yes. It's between her and Aiden because it's Aiden's cell phone. And 9/21. So this was, Aiden was arrested October 12th. These are all in Signal that I'm reading. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my God. None of this just looks good. It's unethical as fuck. She's at Chris Albert's now taking photos. His apartment. Yes. She's on a rolling tour. What? 927. LOL. We went there the other day and looked in the garage. Looked in his garage. The fuck are you looking at Chris Albert's garage for? Like, what? It just... I don't know, man. (9/29, 2023) at 8:40. They have to look at what you've done to their reputations and to my jury pool. Chris's business is the next casualty. Just a matter of time. This isn't about censoring. They are all shocked that a judge is denying all these harassment orders. Again, I'd have to see all of the messages. Fucking A. The stuff with like the I think the stuff that's most upsetting is like the Unethical texts with Aiden, you know. It just it's mind-blowing. Only because I've worked with attorneys and there's just no fucking way that they would ever say any of that stuff to me. If I tried to say any of the stuff to them, they would lose their minds. Like, they would never have a conversation. In fact, it's like there's no sharing a client attorney privilege information. So it's like if I wanted to give something to somebody, it's like Lana does all the talking, gives us whatever, and we say, okay, thank you. You know what I mean? It's not like, hey, Lana, sit down and let us CC you in on emails. The fuck out of here. No way. Like, that's... And you don't give me information that came from your lawyers. That's your client attorney privilege information. Basically, if you do that, you're basically bye-bye privilege, you know? So I'm shocked at the fact that the lawyers were messaging with Aiden. Shocked. Shocked. Let me go to those. So like do you know we need tickets? Richie, microdots to Aiden. I'll get them for us, but it says digital only. And then shares basically the link. Then Richie says, I have my friend buying us tickets under 2 fake names with a fake email. Here you go. Yours is the top, Chris Stamos. I'm the bottom. This is when they went to that game, to the lacrosse game. I told you guys a while ago that Richie was going to be a witness in all of this because he went to all of the things. He videotaped everything. In the Kearney case, they asked for, in the second trial, Hank got his hands on a ton of stuff that was like B-roll film. So I'm curious, are they going to get like Microdot's B-roll film? You know? From Aiden to somebody. I was there for a restraining order against a woman who's been threatening me for months to send out revenge porn. she has of me. She finally did it 2 weeks ago, so I applied for the order. Rico's finds out probably because she leaks it to him. He shows up for court. They let you know, or they bring in your phones, but you can't use them at all. He then starts taking pictures of me, which is against the law because it's witness intimidation. So this was back in September of 2021. And Aiden is basically acknowledging in 2021 that he knows the statute of witness intimidation. I told you guys that Aiden's phones and what he had in them were going to bury him. And I said that that's why he's not talking about them. Well, here, all this shit comes out. You know, which is against the law because it's witness intimidation. I was also telling you how he was doing that. He was making himself witnesses in cases. He was making cases to then like be like, I'm a witness in this case, so you can't do certain things to me. Like he knew, and this is why Sean the golf was always saying in these little messages back and forth with him that you got beat at your own game. Because his own game is that he always went about like he's known the rules since day one, and he's used the rules to this point to get everything that he's bent the rules, he's broke the rules, he's lied about, evidence, all that stuff in his past court hearings and cases. And that's what Sean the golf was always talking about, is that somebody beats you at your own game. Then Aiden says, again, back in 2021, I almost smacked it out of his hands and made a scene. They made him delete it, but kicked him out. They should have. So I'm going to go to Leominster, whatever that city is, police today to file a complaint. Courts don't let you take pictures inside specifically for this reason. Victims and witnesses don't come forward because people will take their pictures and put it out on the streets as a snitch. So this is the material that I said I thought existed. And I said that if and when, because it's going to happen, it's a matter of when the jury would see all this, it's going to show that Aiden knows and has known what the laws are in Massachusetts and what you can and can't do. And so anyways, that's all stuff from his phone from 2021. During that time in 2021 in September, that was what I was looking into, was the cases with like the Ryan Waters and like there's a Christy Yama something. I call her Yamaguchi, but she's obviously not Christy Yamaguchi. This is the type of stuff that I was saying that this is not First Amendment, that you're not standing up for First Amendment. It's not First Amendment versus corruption. Okay. This was what I see it now as corruption. And then you fought corruption with being corrupt as well. Corruption versus corruption. Microdot says, we should have air tagged their car and shown up wherever they go on June 5th, 2023. That's Microdot saying that to Aiden. And then Aiden says, next time. And then he says, that was fun. Whatever they did at 10:30 p.m. on June the 5th, 2023. Texting about all of this shit. Like, that was fun. So, hang on one second. I'm going to read something for you guys. Because I believe I think Lana knows a lot way more than I do about this case and some others in chat. What case is that? The Karen Reed case? You can always in life support a ton of things that somebody does, and then you can always say, hey, another thing that they did, you'd be like, yeah, no, I didn't support anything like that. But that doesn't mean that, like, I'm an issue type person. So, for example, if you want to know what somebody like truly stands for, right? Turtle Boy said he wrote a book. Okay. He wrote a book, and it's I Am Turtle Boy. Okay. And in his first chapter of his book, it's titled Free Speech and Democracy. Okay. And portions of this first chapter, which is just a couple pages, so for example, the brilliance of the founding fathers was that they knew the power of propaganda and rabble rousing. They knew the dangers that allowing people to openly call for the revolutions could do to a free society. They knew that fake news could influence people to make poor decisions. Yet they opted for freedom of speech anyway, because they believed that individuals could be trusted to think for themselves and make wise decisions on their own. That's because they trusted that the individual would value and protect these principles at all costs. They knew, these principles have been tested from the beginning, though, since 1798, President John Adams, right? False is not okay. Scandalous and malicious are. What? False is not okay. Scandalous and malicious are. If I think the government sucks, I should be able to attack them with my words. What I shouldn't be able to do is make up lies about individual politicians that damage them. So no lying. Lying's bad. Well, I know for a fact that Turtle Boy has lied about me. This is why we have libel laws, he says. The Sedation Act was the first test of our country's freedoms and the first real infringement. President Adams signed it because of the belief that certain speech was dangerous and could potentially incite revolution that would be detrimental to all. It's understandable to feel this way. But the founding fathers trusted the American people not to incite violence. They trusted that people understood that it's okay to attack your enemies with words alone. The founders' faith in the American people was rewarded when the majority of Americans turned on these undemocratic laws and they were repealed without any blood shed. Unfortunately, we are watching everything they built slip away in front of our eyes, as many new forms of the Sedation Act exist today. The most fundamental aspects of living in a free society is the ability to express yourself freely, regardless of whether or not the things you say are popular. I agree 1000%. Say whatever the fuck you want. Whatever your opinion is your opinion. Woohoo! Absolutely. You're never going to hear me argue that. But American democracy is based on the idea that we are is based on an idea that we are diverse and that we view the world differently, but yet we can still engage in rigorous debates in public forums. I agree, just like Charlie Kirk. Like, I love the conversation. I love the debates, okay? Respectful debates, right? Hell yes. I love to actually talk to people that have a fucking brain about the same thing that, like, hey, do you even know, can we have a conversation? I love when I can have a conversation with somebody that knows the material. Let's talk about it. And for a long time, this was the case. However, it can all be taken away if we allow censorship with our speech, which is exactly what is happening in our society today. People are afraid to share their political opinions in public, not because they fear the government will imprison them like it would living under like a totalitarian regime, but because they fear the internet mob. I'm like, wait a second. But because they fear the internet mob, they fear gangs of politically correct social justice warriors who label everything they don't like as hate speech simply because they hate it can do to their reputation, livelihood, and family. In the last year, we've seen people like whoever the fuck he's talking about. For that reason, people are forced to self-censor and keep their opinions to themselves. As a teacher for 11 years, I became very good at this. There were many times I wanted to express myself, but could not because a student or parent might get offended by what I thought. I had to decide what was more important, my job or my freedoms. And for the longest time, I chose my job because without it, I would not be able to pay my bills and provide for my family. It was ironic because I was teaching U.S. history to students, and while I was doing so, I was voluntarily surrendering the very same freedoms that the founders risked their lives for. I was preaching about the virtues of free speech while going out of my way not to exercise these rights. Finally, I decided my freedom was more important, and Turtle Boy became my underground railroad. Turtle Boy Sports has become the voice of the voiceless. Turtle Boy is not a person, but rather a belief system. He or she, so he, she. Interesting. He or she has become popular because he or she says things that people think, but could not say publicly for fear of mob blowback. Consequently, Turtle Boy has grown in size and influence. However, it's clear at this point that a handful of committed folks can effectively shut down Turtle Boy's speech by manipulating algorithms, causing an economic damage, and even taking us to court in an attempt to silence Turtle Boy's voice. If it can happen to us, it can happen to anyone. So the question is, who's next? Don't know who wrote this, but it wasn't Turtle Boy. Yeah, this is his book. Hold on. The ironic part is that Turtle Boy, although very critical of the behavior of certain individuals, has never used its platform to try to shut down anyone else's speech. Now, it's interesting because that's not true. I cannot believe that you would have Lana on your panel. What a hypocrite. Next. If it weren't for people publicly saying ridiculous things, Turtle Boy would have very little to talk about. We never said that we believe that the lowlifes we blog about should not be heard. We just reserve the right to critique the dumb things people say in the public square. Despite this all, Turtle Boy will never be silenced because what we are fighting for is too important. We are not here to poke fun. As fun as that can be sometimes, we are here to expose wrongdoing so that the problems we highlight can be fixed. You cannot expose wrongdoing with wrongdoing. You cannot expose corruption with criminal acts. For years it worked. We've exposed major political corruption, used our platform to identify criminals and kitten thieves alike, and acted as a voice for common sense in a world that is polarized between left and right. But with our recent issues with Facebook, Twitter, and Google, it's clear that not only is Turtle Boy under attack, but so too is democracy itself. This is the story of Turtle Boy and why we must never stop fighting for free speech. Well, I have a question then. Ready? The founding fathers created this amazing country that we are blessed to live in as an experiment with democracy. For centuries, people feared democracy because it was essentially mob rule. It's easy for we have over 300 million people and are one of the most diverse nations that has ever existed. For that reason, we must have a public square that is open to competing voices. Our democracy is founded on the principle that we are different. We participate in rigorous debates, but we all live in peace. We all have the right to live peacefully. Now that fucking whoop, whoop, I hit the floor on that one. So, Turtle Boy investigates. It was not my intention for Turtle Boy to ever be some sort of muckraking media outlet. This blog was created so people could share their opinions about sports and current events anonymously. If you had told me 4 years ago that we would be doing the things we're doing today, I would never have believed you. Our bloggers write about a lot of different topics on Turtle Boy. A good chunk of it is run-of-the-mill ratchet behavior. And although it is important to highlight behavior like this in order to expose people who are breaking the law and oftentimes getting away with it, the blogs we take most pride in are the Turtle Boy Investigates blogs. The first series we ever did was on a Worcester, whatever the fuck that town is called. Luckily, as Turtle Boy, our fans are growing. It's a growing base of turtle riders, including more and more resourceful people by the day. I joined a Facebook group chat with some turtle riders that I am still friends with today. I will not name any names for legal reasons, but it includes lawyers, accountants, college professors, nurses, realtors, and small business owners. In particular, the accountant in the group showed us how easy it was to track city expenditures. The accountant also showed us how to look up information on nonprofits on the Secretary of State's website. After that, I learned how to do a Freedom of Information Act request. It's actually really easy. You just write a letter to whatever body you are requesting information from. You explain exactly what you want, and you often get it for free if you explain to them that it's for journalistic purposes. I picked the 3 biggest checks the city had written to this company in the last year, and the results were startling. Our first piece in our series was really important for the blog for a number of reasons. Number one, it established Turtle Boy as a reliable source of real news. Two, it showed that Turtle Boy was willing to go the extra mile and do the work that newspaper staffs of hundreds would not do. It showed that Turtle Boy blogs could affect public policy. It showed that the local media was using Turtle Boy as a credible source. It taught us skills that we would use in later blog series to expose more corruption in the public sector. The length of the investigation, over a year, showed that Turtle Boy's reporting was relentless, and we would not stop until we accomplished our goals. After that, lots of people began messaging us, asking us to uncover corruption of various sorts. We really sunk our teeth into two of them. Spencer East Brookfield School District was something I took great interest in as a former teacher. Their high school, David Prody, was one of whom we competed against at Shepherd Hill in sports. I hated going there because their facilities were such a dump. I leave the ratchet blogs to my bloggers, but I do most of the legwork for the big investigative pieces. Turtle Boy versus the media. We call Turtle Boy Sports a revolution because it is. It revolutionizes the way that the news is reported because the mainstream media has failed us so badly. I agree with the mainstream media has failed us so badly. A big reason that people like to read Turtle Boy is because they realize the MSM has been trying to program them. And reading TBS is a liberating experience. Blogs like Turtle Boy are a threat to the monopoly that the MSM has on the distribution of the news. Okay, so I agree. Totally. Freedom of speech all day. But now we have to go back over here to these lovely messages. And this is not freedom of speech. This is behavior. This is documenting what you're doing. And then there's lawyers involved. Lawyers. This is during a murder investigation into a cop's murder. Whoop. Public opinion judged by your peers must start really young now. That's psycho, not the way it is. But there is truth there, but he went too far beyond journalism. Yeah. Well, 1,000. But the thing that's just, you guys, this is mind-blowing. July 22nd, 2023, Aiden writes, to somebody. Can I use your Discord login? The person that wrote him back says something about Discord. Then Aiden says, Kate's got me blocked. What? And then Aiden says, I can get you one, but no, this person says to Aiden, it's not mine, it's somebody's, but want me to get hers? I don't have Discord. Why the fuck does he want to go into Kate's Discord? And I don't understand this. I thought they fucking hate each other.
For me to have any sympathy for any of these witnesses. Definitionally, is it harassing witnesses? Yes, there are witnesses against me in my prosecution. And is he yelling things at them? And is he going up to their front doors and ringing the bell? Yes. They shouldn't be witnesses. They should have been suspects. So it's not.
I can't even believe that that's like. I had no idea that Karen ever said that because I never watched the HBO series. If that was from HBO or something, she's like saying that it's witness intimidation, basically. I never knew that she fucking said that quote. Like, what the fuck is going on with the world? Unbelievable. Like, love how everyone reports back to get a minute of peace. Good luck to them. Oh boy. Look how they hide Jen. She won't go out without a mob of supporters around her. She's frightened. Oh, for fuck's sake. Love how everyone reports back to never get a minute of peace. Good luck. Good. Fuck them. What the fuck, dude? This is exactly the opposite of this book about, like, you can have debates, but people deserve to live peacefully. Okay? You want to call me names, you want to do whatever, blah, blah, blah. But fuck, then to have this stuff in writing, like, look. Oh, I'm sorry. And my good friend Kevin says, chill out, man. She's got MS. That's about Jen McCabe from, I believe it's Richie. And he's like, fuck that. Like Richie's saying, fuck that. Who cares if she has MS, man? Fuck that. This is just on a whole nother level of, I mean, guess when you want that job. Damn. So a whole, like in August of 2022, this girl, Jessica, who Aiden accused of, after all we have shared, you were very dismissive of what I went through and still made me out to be like a bad person. Then you threw it out. I accused him of rape, which I have never done publicly. And now he can probably actually sue me for. Which I don't know why she thinks that. I mean, if it's true, it's true. You can't get sued for saying if somebody tried to rape you. But He put something out there publicly with one of his sources that she never went out there publicly about a rape. I mean, that's just fucking awful. Fucking A, man. Alan Jackson and David Yannetti knew the entire time. That's what sucks for me. You know, Aiden wrote David Yannetti and says, "This is an email I received Thursday afternoon, May 6th. So before that big hearing that I was telling you guys about on May 25th. This was after the May 3rd hearing when he was on the courthouse steps for the first time ever. The guy that just started covering the case 3 weeks doesn't know it. Turtle Boy texts David Yannetti and says, "This is an email I received Thursday afternoon. I'm just seeing now. Normally, I don't take things seriously without evidence, but this tip has the name of 2 AUSAs and the courthouse and the time." David responds with a like on. He liked the message, that the text message he got, and then says, "I wonder if that is a grand juror, or it could be someone at the courthouse. We do not know if that is true." And then I just couldn't believe this shit. Why are you blind CCing Aiden from David Yannetti to all of the lawyers? Why are you blind CCing Aiden on 5/23/2023? Like, that is absolutely mind-blowing. You would never. The case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed is scheduled for an evidentiary hearing in the Norfolk Superior this Thursday, May 25th, 2023. As a result of motions to quash filed by the attorneys for Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, as well as a motion filed by ADA Adam Lally, now opposing our request for an evidentiary hearing this late in the game, the court has scheduled the parties to appear in the Norfolk Superior Court tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The hearing for Thursday is still scheduled to take place. We have publicly filed 3 opposition memorandum regarding these latest issues. This email contains our opposition to Brian Albert's motion to quash the subpoena served upon him. We will be sending 2 other emails to you shortly. The second containing our opposition to Jennifer McCabe's motion to quash, and the third containing our opposition to ADA Lally's submission. The defense team will be in court tomorrow, prepared to argue for the Albert and McCabe subpoenas. From David Yannetti to Alan Jackson, Little, and then Aiden. You would never do that. Unless, here it is, oh, I didn't realize that he was on it, and he just got these, our filings. They weren't even filed yet. Not that there was a gag order in the case or anything like that, but I would just send it differently. You're allowed to send stuff to media. I don't know. It's fucked up, man. I just didn't want to see all this shit with the lawyers. Turtle Boy wrote David Yannetti on 422 at 11:15 p.m. That's pretty late. It's pretty late. Gotta say, that's pretty late. And said, LOL, thanks. Sorry for screwing that one up. So maybe he wrote him something, he's just responding at that point. He messed up his name, the way he says his name, I believe. Someone else also sent me the correct pronunciation. And then, he writes back and says, right away, no worries. I loved how you followed it up with, that proves I am not talking to them. Did you hear Turtle Boy mispronounce my name? LOL, sorry. That was meant for our team. That doesn't make any sense. In the morning at 4:23. So then the next morning, David Yannetti's meant to text, did you hear Turtle Boy mispronounce my name? To like Alan Jackson and Little. And he accidentally sent the text to Turtle Boy. And then he says, LOL, sorry, that was meant for our team. Jesus Christ. God. I didn't realize how right I was. I said they spent too much time with all of this Turtle Boy stuff in trial 1. And it was a huge distraction, but again, they think that I don't know. Very disappointing for me. Again, you're fighting corruption. At this point, they had no idea if Bev was going to, allow the motion, not allow the motion, quash, do anything like that. And then this right here, David Yannetti letting Turtle Boy know that the HPO was denied. No two-party hearing, says Turtle Boy. This is on May 30th. Nope. You already won. This is the first of several losses Jen McCabe is going to have in multiple court settings, says David Yannetti. So that was May 30th. And then basically the rolling rally is what? June, right? Then something happens on the 5th. I think they go to that lacrosse game on the 5th. So it's like, okay, she couldn't get let's buy those tickets. Let's go to the game. Yeah. No. Sorry. This is unethical. This is again, it's just trash. Sorry. Spade a spade. Unbelievable. So, I mean, think about if you were on the jury. Think about if you're on the jury. Do you know how much easier it's going to be to say guilty when you see these messages? Unbelievable. Karen, right there, disappointing, like speechless. Because disappointing is the right term. Okay, totally disappointed, totally you know, Karen knew exactly who Aiden Kearney was. That's all I gotta say. She knew exactly that he would do all these things, and he knew everything that he was doing was 1000% against the law. Damn. Mary Holt says, wow. I say, wow. I say, wow, wow, wow. Again, these are, you guys, it's just starting. There's so many. There are so many. So many. So many messages, text messages. If you actually, I would love to know how much time actually went into the case. You know, doesn't look like much time went into the case. I'm not even fucking playing. I don't know how you totally missed that Sarah Levinson gave you the biggest nugget ever, which was that Higgins was at that house before they went to the Canton bar. That Higgins, Brian Albert, and Nicole left together. Okay. That's like really, really important. And justice for John O'Keefe. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. And to even make comments about that this is all happening because of Meredith. Let me be crystal clear about something. The jury is going to see everything. Okay. I put this out there months ago about the fact that, you know how Aiden doesn't talk about his phone at all? Said that phone is going to either exonerate you, or it's going to bury you. And unfortunately, it's not good. But more importantly, for me, it's all the conversations of who they're with that knew about it. And again, you don't beat corruption with corruption. You don't beat corruption with criminal acts. You don't expose it. You don't say that you're exposing corruption, right? By thinking like, what are you exposing? Go expose the police officers. Go expose that that evidence was planted. At 34 Fairview. How do you miss that the shoe wasn't there in the one picture and then it automatically appears? Okay, how don't you emphasize that versus worrying about what color the shoe is? Like, give me a break. How do you not realize that Nicole Alberts' vehicle, the caddy, is not in the driveway? Well, now I know why. Now I know how. Because you're doing all this shit. Because it's been a vendetta. And I get it for Karen Reed. Like, she feels that these people lied on her. She's facing murder. I get that. But your lawyers are supposed to talk you off the edge. Your lawyers are supposed to talk you off the edge. Thank you, Charlotte. Disgusting and disappointing. What the hell were they thinking? Yeah. Yeah. And this is the jury was eventually going to see all of this. So anybody out there that's going to say, like, you're blaming anybody. Blaming Meredith. What? The public is just learning about something before the jury is going to learn about it. And it doesn't change the fact that this all happened. Okay, these aren't faked screenshots. This is the downloaded Cellbrite. I mean, this is. What the fuck are they like? What delusions are you living in? And to think, though, that, I mean, I'm sorry, but I cannot. You don't need to fight corruption with criminal acts or that's just not what you do. You're no better. You're the same. I'm sorry, anybody that wants to sit here and tell me that Sarah Levinson knew and was involved. Yeah, get a mic and say your real name and say that. Give me a break. People were covering the Kearney case. The media was covering the case. It's a lie to sit there and say the media was not. The media was. But he says it in his book. Turtle Boy does things that the papers won't. The newspapers won't. The hypocrisy in all of this. Where did these text messages come from? Did the court release them? I mean, where did these text messages come from? They came from his phone. Just the same way as all of Lindsay Gaetani's shit got out there. Her extraction. Imagine what's on Proctor's phone. What does that have anything to do with this? Karen Reed was acquitted of murder. Karen Reed's never going to prison for murder, ever. She could say right now that she did it. She's never going to prison, ever, for murder. You know, the second chapter in Turtle Boy's book, it's called Teaching. He says that he loved being a teacher. Okay. And he said that I hated the way the school was run over at this place that he was teaching at, some bad school, like where all the bad kids went. These kids responded well to strict, no-nonsense teachers. They knew how to manipulate the system, and if you let them off easy, they'd continue to behave poorly. We'd give choices to kids. In a 50-minute class, the goal was to get them to do 15 minutes of work. Then they could go back to arguing about who's the toughest kid on Grafton Hill and see who could use the N word the most times in a sentence. If they didn't fill out the worksheet we gave them or were behaving poorly, they were given a choice: conform to the rules or go to the transition room. Now, after that school, he went to a better school. He went to a place that was like normal. And he said, my reputation at Shepherd Hill was that I was a hard ass, but you'd learn how to write and you'd learn about history in my class. My goal was to prepare them for college, for the real world, and to inspire them to want to take part in the democratic process. Okay, these are kids that their parents are not around. Okay, these are kids that don't even have, clean clothes, food. Okay. And you want to prepare them for college? Crazy. I coached in the inner city schools, girls basketball. And I showed them love. I showed them respect. I showed them what it's like for someone to care about you. Hey, how's your day going? What do you mean you didn't eat any lunch today? Okay, well, I was bringing in Subway sandwiches then every day before practice. I made sure every kid ate. But you find out who they are as a person, and then you find out about their home life. That way you can try to understand. Yeah. No. Anyways, he's saying, my reputation at Shepherd Hill was that I was a hard ass. Anyways, then he shared all of like these emails or letters that he got from parents. Most of the parents I dealt with were great and supportive at this new school that he went to. But these are not the parents who went to administration. Why would they? Who goes to the principal and says, I just want to tell you that Mr. Kearney is doing a bang up job in room 210. No, the parents who went to administration were there to complain. What? No, their kids were perfect, and the teacher was just an obstacle in the way. At a suburban school like Shepherd Hill, there are no shortage of parents like this. Oh, I'm sorry, Shepherd Hill was the nice place, but the other one was the shitty place. Before leaving Shepherd Hill, I compiled a document of some of the craziest emails I ever received from parents. I'll share some of my favorite with you now, so you can have a better understanding of what teachers go through. All names of students have been changed. This one came from a parent who didn't think her daughter should have to be in a class with a student who has Asperger's. Why the fuck would you ever share that? I'm surprised that he was allowed to. Here's an email from the father of that same student who wasn't happy that his daughter's yearly average was a 68.6 and why it wasn't rounded up to a C minus, 68.6%. I've been informed that Chelsea received a grade of a D plus in your class for the academic year. She was verbally informed by you that she had an overall grade of 69.5% for the academic year. Am I correct in assuming that a grade of 70% would have been a C minus? If so, what about the fact that she scored a 76% on her final exam? Couldn't find it in your heart to give her the C minus, huh? I know she worked hard and sought extra help in your class. I also want to let you know that I am investigating the fact that 2 of your other level 1 history classes were offered an extra credit paper on the topic of 9/11. If this paper wasn't offered to all of your classes as an option to improve their grades, I will be following up with the department head. I also have spoken with the guidance counselor, Mr. Whoever, directly. I don't see any fucking problem with that email. You want to know why? I would have taken out the language of couldn't find it in your heart. No, I would have said that, well, 69.5. Yeah, don't you? I mean, do you guys round up or not? Like, how does that work? Number one. But number 2 is if somebody's coming to me for extra help, extra credit, and the effort's there, then yeah, they're the type of kid that would get the benefit of the doubt, right? If you're a kid that didn't do any of the extra work and didn't, hey, you had all these opportunities and you chose not to do it, like that's where you'd be like, but if you gave other classes an extra credit paper on 9/11 and didn't give that class one, yeah, I think that there's some, I mean, aren't you a fair teacher? Again, her average was 68.6, not 69.5. And dad accused me of being heartless because I wouldn't round up 1.4 points and give her a grade she didn't earn. This is a theme you see throughout Turtle Boy blogs. People feeling entitled to something they didn't earn and then blaming Turtle Boy for not being nice. This guy is, I mean, as you can see, oh God. This was from a parent whose child put in 0 effort, played her cool mom like a fiddle, failed every quiz and test she took in the lower level class, and mom insisted that she be given points for effort. He says, oh my God. As you can see, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree with this one. The idea that people should be given credit for trying is something I fundamentally reject then and now. This is what the everyone gets a trophy generation looks like in one nonsensical email. Mr. Kearney, this is Donna, Madison's mom. Sorry I haven't had time to schedule a meeting regarding Madison. I'm aware she has some issues with issues within the class. Study guide, papers gone over incorrect to help her. What? Blah, blah, blah. I've seen some of Madison's homework. Grant you, they may not be correct, but the attempt is there. I feel she is definitely getting discouraged to probably even banding it in. What? To one? What is this? All the time. I don't believe what's killing her grades on this is either the answers or essays on tests. Homework have to be totally correct or no points. I personally wouldn't go on this approach, but to each his own. I, however, do think credit on partial answers or what have you should be considered. This is what discourages Megs. Well, clearly you just outed her name to the point of why try just to get no credit for the wrong answer thing. I do ask, please take in consideration these kids that are trying to pump it up, at least not have the answers be black or white. That's where can be getting the main answer, maybe and just full credit extent that you want. Hope this makes sense to you. Just a thought. I actually think if Madison received a high mark on her homework, it would boost the self-esteem in class, not to mention the encouragement. A big problem I encountered with kids was plagiarism. Fucking A, man. What a mess. If you ever think about going into public education, become a guidance counselor or a gym teacher. You'll thank me later. One parent who I emailed with almost every day insisted that her kid was an A student, but because I was so unfairly difficult, she got a D. I always corrected her quiz first because mom wanted to know the grade. What? And since they were multiple choice, I could get it done in a minute. One time her daughter got a 64, and this was the email I got back. I have to say one more thing. Perhaps you correct too fast and make mistakes. I find it hard to believe that a teacher and fly through everyone's tests after they finish in one period to give them their grades right away. Check again. Maybe she did better on all the other tests too. She wanted me to go back and review all of her tests and quizzes because she decided I graded multiple choice too fast. Seems reasonable. Who writes a book like this? I thought we would have like funny stories. Winners are motivated by failures. This is a philosophy that has become a cornerstone of Turtle Boy Sports. We get messages all the time from people who tell us that appearing in a blog or merely the prospect of appearing in a blog was all the motivation they needed to turn their life around. Yep. Oh my God, you're not going to write about me. Here, I'll tell you a story that you can write. I'll give you all the information to write on somebody else. Oh shit. This was also my philosophy as a teacher too. No one better. Oh my God. My favorite kid, Connie, got a 40 on her first quiz, as did many students who hadn't figured out my expectations. Unlike most other students, she could have gone home to her mother to whine about it because mom wasn't there, or she couldn't go home because mom wasn't there. She could have gone to the guidance and administration to complain that my class was too hard and that she wanted to transfer to an easier teacher, but Connie was a winner. She was gritty, blue-collared, and most importantly, she held herself accountable. She held herself accountable. He hasn't held himself fucking accountable for anything. Meredith. This is unreal, man. Okay. Oh my God. You know why she's my favorite? Because she held herself accountable. She could have gone, but guess what? Connie's a winner. She was gritty, blue-collared, and most importantly, she held herself accountable. From that point on, she was arguably the best student I've ever had. Many kids finished my class with an average above 100 due to all the extra credit opportunities I offered. Connie finished with 105, one of the highest of the over 1,000 students I taught at Shepherd Hill. Many kids finished my class with an average above 100 due to all the extra credit opportunities I offered. Then that sounds like a pretty easy teacher. Mm. People like Connie grow up to be turtle riders. I shit you not. Fucking Connie, where are you now? People like Connie grow up to be turtle riders. Well, students like the other people are detractors. Turtle riders like Connie refuse to accept that life. What? Detractors like whine that life is unfair. Turtle riders like Connie work hard and only blame themselves when they are not successful. Oh my fucking God. Detractors like these other people blame others for their personal failures and refuse to hold themselves accountable. This is unbelievable. Are you reading his teacher's notes? The fuck are you talking about? This is a book he wrote, his hypocritical piece of shit. Okay? Unbelievable to read this. Turtle riders like Connie work hard and only blame themselves when they are not successful. Detractors like all these other people, they blame others for their personal failures and refuse to hold themselves accountable. What I love about owning my own business is that there is incentive to work harder. If we keep putting out quality content, the blog will grow and eventually we'll make more money. This doesn't exist in public education. I worked 70 hours a week and didn't take summers off. I created and designed an entire class called American History Through Music that I taught for many years. I got kids to pass the AP history test without taking the class. And for that, I received this email from Mary, whoever, telling me that I had to stop. What the fuck? Hey. So this is what Mary wrote. Although your intentions are good, I appreciate your efforts on behalf of the students at Shepherd Hill Regional High School. I would suggest that those students who show promise be encouraged to take the AP US history class that is part of our curriculum. This would allow for appropriate recognition on their high school transcript and provide maximum benefit to their GPA. That kind of makes sense, don't you think? Fucking idiot. Absolutely. You'd want your transcript to reflect, hello, they need to get this credit and it's AP class. And if you're telling them, hey, just take my music fucking shitty history class here and I will get you to pass the AP test without taking AP. And this woman's just simply saying that's actually not what's in the best interest of these kids because, as she just said, this would allow for appropriate recognition on their high school transcript and provide maximum benefit to their GPA. Well, I think Mary's right. She said, this was very little incentive to go the extra mile as a teacher at Shepherd Hill. What a fucking crybaby. Oh, God. Oh, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here. You're banned. Worship anybody. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking worship people, you dumb bitch. I guarantee you to take the fucking link. You never would. Because you hide behind an alt. We don't allow trolls. We've never allowed trolls. Peace, deuce. But you know what's awesome is that they watch. That's what I think is hilarious. Why would you watch? Now, going back to these text messages, going back to these text messages, here we go. Sheriff Nanos, what's new? Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. It has been 6 years, still no justice for John O'Keefe. Fucking sick. Let's see. The fuck is wrong with people? You know what's going to be wild is that just like the Karen Reed case, Karen Reed had to sit there and all those text messages had to be up there, and she didn't go and testify to say, let me explain these text messages. Okay. That's not what happened. Okay. Here in Turtle Boy's case, I mean, you can go up there and if you really want to take the stand to try to explain what these text messages mean, but understand that you are then subject to cross-examination of, there's just no way that you would want to subject yourself to that, but whatever. But it doesn't matter. Like, this isn't about like, this is just, this was coming out. This was coming out. This was going to be used. This is going to be used in his trial. Period. He needs to talk to his attorneys and he needs to work a plea deal. There is no way I would ever roll the dice with a judge, with a jury, and that it was a murder of a cop and leave it in the hands of something like that to then be doing some ridiculous time. Okay. Missy says, with so many texts being released, I feel like this is a distraction and takes us further away from discovering what really happened to Officer John O'Keefe. No, I just think that the movement just took a huge, basically, it's this is just proof. proof that this is not freedom of speech, you guys. There's nothing in here that's freedom of speech. These are acts. These are surveying. Okay, run plates, survey, go to games, harass, threaten, intimidate, influence. Ugh, it's so bad. It's so bad of a look of the movement. Okay, this is not freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is go ahead, throw your computer screen on, talk about whatever you want to talk about, say whatever you want to say, right? Don't say false shit because then you're going to get sued for defamation. It's not what this was at all. I've seen people grind for corruption cases, like grind, do hellish hours. There's no money in it. There's, grinding. You're up all the time. Blah blah blah. Okay, you're not going to 5-star restaurants. You're not living the life of luxury while fighting corruption. Okay, those are very few and far between, if ever that happens. You're raising all your money so you can pay for lawyer fees / transcripts / doctors, experts, private investigators. Going to kids' games. Realizing that you guys are reading police reports that are hearsay and they're not recorded, and they should have been recorded, and they should have been down at the station. Who's to blame for all of that? The cops. Okay? The cops. Why wasn't there a Frank's hearing? Why weren't more things preserved? Why didn't Unethical go out and get a bunch of to send out somebody to go there? You're telling me there's no Ring cameras in the area? Telling me there was no Ring camera footage from any of the houses on any of the path of travel that the way that Karen went, right? What about interviewing all the people that had the parties, that were having house parties? What about the people in the house? What about them? John O'Keefe never went into the house. Trial 2. He went into the garage, right? I don't know, when I'm hanging out with my friends in a house, I'm definitely not like looking outside every 2 seconds. But hey, now we just know what they were spending their time on. This was every day, all the time. And then you have fucking people writing messages like this. It's interesting watching phone extractions and timestamps suddenly become unquestionable evidence after months of arguments about whether they could be interpreted differently. What? House Lawn to Die in Cold asking for consistency. You guys, House Lawn to Die in Cold never happened at 227. Sorry, but there's a glitch in the system. And in fact, that glitch that I wrote a big ol' letter to is for them to check and to see whoever testified to anything with Googling because of this glitch that has been wrongfully accused or convicted. It needs to be overturned if that evidence was used because of the glitch. Okay. because of having a tab open and blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, the How Long to Die was 1000% Googled. Okay. It just wasn't Googled at that time. Right. So how could you even make a comment like that to say these phone extractions, that shit happened, those conversations happen between these people, okay? And to even just make a comment like this is just absolutely mind-blowing. Exactly. I agree. Didn't happen and also doesn't mean Karen's guilty. Exactly. But this is, you want to know why they have to hang on to this whole Google search so bad? Okay. Because that's what started this whole, on Jen McCabe. And then I just simply said that fucking A, dude. Jen McCabe's upstairs and that phone is downstairs. I don't care what anybody says. The data shows that. So if you guys think that Google search happened, it did not happen because of Jen. And now we just know that it didn't happen, period. And then when you see that, what's his name? Mulvaney asks how long John was out there. That's why she Googled How Long to Die in the Cold, my opinion. Because Mulvaney straight up asked her the question, how long had John been? How long has he been here? Like, when did he get dropped off? Like, how long do you think he's out here? Whatever his wording was, it was about, and he writes it in his own typed up report. Like, how long? It's just funny. It's like right from there. Anyways, just to see stuff like this, though, to say that we believe that Jenna Rocco, it's interesting watching phone extractions and timestamps suddenly become unquestionable evidence. Yeah, it is evidence. And it's definitely unquestionable. The timestamps, I don't give a fuck when, if it happened 6 hours, 9 hours later, 4 hours. This shit happened. This shit happened right off the rip. The attorneys were talking to Aiden Kearney. And more importantly, they were providing him with information that he wasn't supposed to have, in terms of that Jen McCabe's, thing got denied. They're CCing him blindly to basically hide the fact that they ever sent it to him. Okay. Well, his phone extraction came out, which is like motions and stuff like that. You can give it to him. He's media. You can go give out your motion to all the media people. People contact lawyers all the time to get their stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. There was people covering the case. Listen to this. Attorney Mark Dildo attempted to use an audio recording of two high-profile defendants, which was only available to him because of the undeniable fact that something called 5150 stole it and sent it around for online publication in order to delay the return of Karen Reed's phone to her. This man is straight up fucking delusional. What's that about taking accountability? If you would have never illegally recorded Karen Reed, it wouldn't exist. He intentionally misquoted what everyone heard in the recording, changing it from again, do you have any clue what's on my phone? To I'm dead, I'm fucking dead. Do you have any clue what's on my phone? This was intentionally done to mislead the court about Karen Reed's intentions. What she actually said suggests that she was pissed at the person she was speaking to and blamed him for Brian Tully taking her phones, which contained personal information and privileged communications with her attorneys and sources. What Dildo made it sound like she was saying was that she was fucking dead because whatever's on her phone was incriminating for her. I don't know why you'd have to explain this. There is no way that anyone following this online drama, what's drama? This is evidence in your murder or in your 100-year prison case. Your phone extraction. His phone extraction. This is evidence in his case that he's looking at 100 years. You don't give a fuck about this. The appropriate sanction should happen to this lawyer. You guys, all they're doing here is literally sitting there and pointing out each other, breaking the law. You understand that? Or if it isn't breaking law, showing that they're unethical. That's literally what's happening here, is to show that all of these people, okay, every single person involved in the Karen Reed case, Commonwealth, the police, the lawyers, and then everybody on Karen Reed's side. Criminals versus criminals. It's criminal acts. The corruption was criminal. Then you fought it by doing criminal acts. And on both sides, you have Lally and Brennan endorsing it. And then you have Karen Reed's attorneys, and now you have Betterow and Bradel. So it's showing exactly how disgusting lawyers in the criminal justice system is. And there should be no sides here. It should be like, this is fucking disgusting. This is crazy. This isn't what we supported and donated to. We actually supported and donated so that this wouldn't go on. Okay, send me the response. There is no way that anyone following this online drama, I mean, I cannot believe that he wants to call his 100-year prison case drama. But I get it. His whole life has been it, so. There is no way that anyone... Dildo changed the word she used on purpose and intentionally didn't include the audio as an exhibit, as he claimed he did in the filing. Now Alan Jackson has to pay to fly here, stay in a hotel, and give up his valuable time, of which he bills close to $2,000 an hour, in order to deal with this motion. Thus, Reed is asking to be reimbursed for legal fees as part of the sanctions against Dildo. If that is unsuccessful, then I hope 5150 has it in her to repay Karen. Since she claims to care about her so much, none of this would be happening without her. What an absolute delusional fucking idiot. Hey, so much for that book. Connie's. Looks like Connie knew how to take it better than Turtle Boy at 16. Unbelievable. What a fucking moron. I mean, just no wonder that they don't want this trial to happen any sooner. It's like, fuck no, dude. We need to they think that getting that one guy in office is going to save the day. Oh, what's his name? Did you send it? Okay. What email did you send it to? Oh, okay. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay. Finally, Miss Reed's legal team's attempt to impugn Attorney Dillard's name and to villainize him in this case and in the public is the epitome of hypocrisy. The Reed legal team itself is on record endorsing use of Kearney's illegally recorded phone calls. You guys, this is fucking crazy, man. As shown in the behind the scenes video of Reed's attorneys during her first criminal trial, Reed's counsel knows that Diller did nothing wrong here. Attorney Jackson in this docuseries recording acknowledges that, quote unquote, from the very beginning, he was entitled to use an allegedly secret recording from Kearney. Hold on a second, man. I'm going to read this for fucking Jesus Christ. These people are all sick. They all all they do is they just spin and gaslight. This is the worst I've ever seen it. Further reply in support of requests for sanctions in response to plaintiffs' counsel's false submissions. Plaintiffs and their counsel have now tripled down on their original misrepresentations to the court and make brand new false statements in the court to the court in the response they filed at 11:35 a.m. this morning. Mindful of the court's noon deadline, Reed submits this final written submission to address those new misstatements in advance of tomorrow's hearing. First, plaintiff's counsel now states that the audio, which was included as an exhibit for the court's own review, was provided in an unaltered format and is anything but unambiguous. Response to Sir reply, page 2. This is demonstrably false. In fact, when plaintiffs first filed their emergency motion and served it on counsel on February 23rd, they filed Exhibit J, the recording in question, along with a portion of the online post it was pulled from. Jesus, they're already on 88 motions in this fucking shit. Affidavit of Sarah Sipley, March 4th. What's this? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, the tweet. Breaking. Less than 48 hours after Turtle Boy Aiden Kearney issued a public denial that he ever recorded a one-party consent call with Karen. Oh, my God. I think he's getting charged tomorrow for this wiretap. What? That's the second time you've said something about this. I think all these motherfuckers should be in trouble. All of them. Just a feeling, Lana. I'm hooked on a feeling. This is crazy. Remember when Jennifer McCabe spent a whole day surveying me by following me around Norfolk County in disguise, and it was all memorialized in a group chat? Who gives a fuck? O'Keefe family versus Karen Reed. The plaintiff's filing is completely inaccurate, and our filing addresses both the inaccurate quotes and the troubling legal implications of relying on illegally obtained audio. Reed claims she never said I'm dead. And now Nick Rocco is fucking retweeting his wife's ridiculous statement. I mean, when you have the blind leading the blind and the corrupt leading the corrupt and the unethical ethical leading unethical, it's just I just can't get behind it. It's actually just the biggest turnoff ever. Plaintiff's reply to Karen Reed's Sir reply. This dispute arises out of a discovery motion where plaintiffs seek the prevention and production of non-privileged discoverable electronically stored information on Karen Reed's 2 cell phones in the custody of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Plaintiffs attempt to convene several Rule 9C conferences to discuss a protocol for preserving and producing the relevant evidence. Rather than respond to plaintiffs' proposal about the court issued a temporary order, defendant Karen Reed and her counsel levied 2 allegations against plaintiff's counsel, Mark Diller, in a public filing. First, Reed alleges that plaintiff's counsel fabricated evidence, falsifying the contents of a recording to the court. Second, Reed alleges that the counsel's conduct violates MGL 272, the wiretap statute. Plaintiff's counsel rejects both allegations. Indeed, defense counsel's baseless accusations aim solely to divert the court's attention from the central issue of preservation and do nothing to undermine the validity of the plaintiff's request. The critical part of the audio remains undisputed. Reed, in a frantic state, says, "Do you have any clue what's on the phone they took?" Question mark. The intent of the instant motion is to preserve evidence reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence. Her phone. First, Reed's suggestion that the plaintiff's counsel tried to mislead the court on the proceeding, parts of the quote, is patently untrue. The audio, which was included as an exhibit for the court's own review, was provided in unaltered format and is anything but, Indeed, prior to the filing of the motion, other people heard the same audio available to the public online and interpreted it the same way that Diller did. Even Reed's memo in opposition to the emergency motion filed February 25th did not dispute plaintiff's interpretation, nor did defendant raise any concerns about the quotation in her March 1st emergency motion for hearing. Not until the court ordered preservation did defendant Reed launch these collateral attacks. Conspicuously absent from the Sir reply is an affidavit from Miss Reed. Oh my God. You know what? Have we ever heard, is that that recording wasn't changed, was it? I know. Who? This is absolutely crazy. Yeah. Regardless of one interpretation of the introductory words in dispute, the substance of the quote remains unchanged. Miss Reed is concerned about authorities obtaining access to her phone because of what's on the phone they took, question mark, in quotes. Diller provided support for what he interpreted to be the quote, and there is no basis to levy a claim against Mr. Diller that he fabricated evidence or intended to mislead the court. Moreover, even with considering the recording, plaintiffs have supplied the court with ample support demonstrating immediate and irreparable harm if Reed's phones are returned before their contents are preserved through atypical forensic extraction and imaging. Finally, Miss Reed's legal team's attempt to, that's what I just read. It's hypocrisy. The Reed legal team itself is on record endorsing use of Aiden Kearney's illegally recorded phone calls. Exactly. It's absolutely fucking, this is crazy. It's fucking criminal. All this shit, it's still the same. Yeah, it's the footnote says As shown in the, yeah, I already read that. As shown in the behind the scenes video of Reed's attorneys during her first criminal trial, Reed's counsel knows that Diller did nothing wrong here. Attorney Jackson in this docuseries recording acknowledges that, quote unquote, from the very beginning, end quote, from the very beginning, he was entitled to use an allegedly secret recording from Aiden Kearney. Guys, these phones are the ones that they took in January of 2024. Okay. The stuff that's coming out in extraction, that is not Karen Reed's phone. That is Aiden's phone. Okay. They've been just doing this shit since 2023. They raised $1.1 million. Raised $1.1 million, and then she dropped TB like a bad pimple. Literally just popped him. Damn. Oh, we're going to stream it. We're going to stream it tomorrow morning. Blame it on Meredith. T-shirts are probably on sale somewhere. What really happened to John O'Keefe? You know, it was probably Meredith. Meredith's going to be on trial for John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe's next, murder trial. Meredith. All right, this is embarrassing. This is fucking sick. These people are all lost their minds. How can you support this? Nobody can. Nobody can support this. Nothing to support here. Like, this is, when you just, this is ratchet shit, right? It's criminal ratchets. Unbelievable. Why does it seem like they are all trying to hide what happened to John O'Keefe? Yeah. Yep. I don't know why anybody would never just how Higgins wouldn't be the guy right off the rip, right? They couldn't have it be Higgy. It looked bad for Karen. But just whatever the truth is, I'm just whoa. I get it though. I mean, she's framed for murder, right? She's framed for murder.
God. To then file a motion to actually search the phones. This was 19 months after the initial seizure.
So that would have been, and so the initial seizure was January 24th, so this would have been September of 25 that it was seized, or thereabouts?
No.
But that it was searched, I should
It
say.
wasn't searched.
Oh, it was not?
No.
They sought a warrant for it.
They filed a motion on August 28th seeking to search.
Gotcha.
And there were hearings this fall. There were back and forth memorandums that I filed, that the Commonwealth filed, oppositions fighting this. Now, it's important to note that in the meanwhile, on August 29th, the day following the Commonwealth's motion for to search the phones, DS was decided. And DS was decided by the appeals court. And that was a case that was very important for both sides in their argument, and that Judge Krupp certainly asked pointed questions about at the oral argument. So that was sort of the seminal case that was dealt with.
Is going to pursue an appeal or a motion for reconsideration. And to that end, I went ahead the other day and I filed a motion for a stay pending appeal, which Judge Krupp now has, I understand, under advisement and is not under advisement, under consideration. And my understanding is that he's given Ms. Reed 14 days to respond to my motion. So that is out there pending. Mr. Abellis was a little faster on the uptake than I am. I noticed that in his memorandum of law in support of Karen Reed's renewed motion for an order to return property, he says, absent a court-ordered stay pending appeal, continued retention is unlawful. I'm not sure that's true, but I've now applied for a court-ordered stay pending appeal, which is under consideration by the court. I don't know if his position is that, well, you may have applied for it, but it hasn't actually been ordered yet. But let me turn to the dueling issues of construction here. Mr. Urbelis is relying on a statute relative to the return of property, which states that it's Mass General Laws, Chapter 276, Section 3, as I'm sure you've read. As soon as may be thereafter, that's thereafter.
God. Fuck. Hold on one second.
Trial could tip the scales. We're talking about Turtle Boy, whose real name is Aiden.
Really no reason to beat around the bush here.
Wednesday, what he plans to do if he's called as a witness by the Commonwealth.
There's really no reason to beat around the bush here, Your Honor. The Commonwealth is not going to call my client, Mr. Kearney, who for the record is in the second row here today.
Can I just ask, if he were to call your client, would he take the fifth?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Brennan, do you agree that Mr. Kearney has a Fifth Amendment right?
I think he has a Fifth Amendment privilege. I don't know that he has a Fifth Amendment privilege to all questions we would ask, but the content that we would go into, I think he clearly would have a Fifth Amendment privilege.
All right, so you're not asking for a Lumen Martin hearing?
I'm not. I think I necessarily would have to delve into issues regarding his open indictments against a number of different victims.
Okay.
And I think there's other information that I can't discuss for other reasons because of court orders.
Okay. All right.
You guys remember that? I went back and listened to that earlier today.
Different victims.
Okay.
And I think the content that we would go into, I think he clearly would have a Fifth Amendment privilege.
All right, so you're not asking for a Lumen Martin hearing?
I'm not. I think I necessarily would have to delve into issues regarding his open indictments against a number of different victims.
Okay.
And I think there's other information that I can't discuss for other reasons because of court orders.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I would suggest that the court could take judicial notice of the 16 indictments against him.
So the Commonwealth concedes, and I believe there's a valid Fifth Amendment right.
It's important.
The 16 indictments against him. Like, hello, we're pleading, like, we're taking the fifth because he doesn't want to testify.
To note that Turtle Boy is the only witness in the case to take the fifth. None of the innocent witnesses that he is alleged to have intimidated have taken it. Every single one of them has testified, and they will all do so again.
No, actually, they won't because they weren't called. And I think that's going to be worse for Turtle Boy. I said this during the Karen Reed second trial when I realized what Hank Brennan's strategy was. He wanted to eliminate anybody that was going to be testifying at the house to, leaving the house. You cannot have 11 to 15 people saying that they didn't see a body on the lawn, right? But are they going to try to treat it like a dual thing here where they're going to say that, yeah, these witnesses didn't testify in trial too because they said absolutely not, because of Turtle Boy. The only people to testify were, I think, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and then Jen and Carrie Roberts. That's it.
So what does that tell you about Turtle Boy? Let's talk about it. I want to bring back in attorney Wendy Murphy and attorney John Phillips. Wendy, starting with you, the turtle's going to hide inside of his shell at the trial. Your thoughts?
That was a good one. Could I refer to him as the turd instead of the turtle? Because I'm trying to be as polite as I can without offending everybody in your audience. And, you know, the words that I'm thinking of using are probably objectionable. He is the most repulsive, harmful, destructive force in this case by far. Now, let's just be clear.
I don't know. I think that I think these messages are literally making potentially Karen Reed look worse than Turtle Boy. You know, now I think, you know, you can kind of see why Turtle Boy felt so snubbed. Like, dude, I did all of this shit for you. Because he did. She was basically writing him the shit, like, run this plate, run this plate, run this plate. I mean, I don't know.
I respect that he has a right to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination.
I want to know how Bob Alessi feels about all this shit.
It's an important constitutional right. But what that means to us in the public is we can and should infer that he is hiding evidence that proves he committed crimes. You know,
how is this aging? Wendy Murphy, man. Fucking loon, right?
Be clear about that. Innocent people do not invoke the Fifth Amendment. Now, let me be clear.
I'll take that. No, that's not true, Wendy. People that have 16 accounts against them, okay, do.
When I say innocent, I mean people with nothing to hide. Because as the judge made reference, and you heard it in that clip, if the prosecutor thought that his invocation of the Fifth Amendment was not in good faith, that he was just doing it as an excuse so he could sit in the courtroom and pretend to be a reporter, they would have had a hearing. The judge could have said, I find that his assertion of this privilege is not in good faith. He must testify. No, everyone in the room said, he's got stuff to hide. He's a criminal. He's got massive exposure here in terms of spending a good amount of time behind bars once he's convicted. So absolutely let him take the Fifth, but let's all understand what that means.
Yes.
He's done some very bad things in this case. He needs to take the Fifth because if he did testify against himself, that wouldn't be good for his liberty. That's what it all means.
Right. He'd be in even worse trouble than he's already in. You're right, Wendy. And how about the point, I think this can't be underscored enough, that the reason he's got those 16 indictments we heard referenced are because he allegedly intimidated these witnesses, these independent people who didn't ask to be part of this case, just happened to be there that night and can offer something. These innocent people, they all testified. They all were very open in trial number one. They're all going to testify again in trial number two. None of them are taking the Fifth. And he's accusing all of them of hiding something.
Of murder.
What does that say to you about
murder? You
It says a
murdered.
lot. And he did an interview with the Intelligencer. I'm not familiar with it, but he described himself, and I got to look down, as three things. One, an activist. Okay. He said it, an activist. Two, a journalist. And three, an entertainer or satirist. Those three things are entirely inconsistent. You can't be an investigator and go through a case and have objectivity while also being an entertainer, while also worried about your YouTube hits and your social media, bounce. And that's the problem here, is he's trying to wear all of these hats and one's interfering with the other. And certainly he has a Fifth Amendment right. And with an open indictment, the prosecutors certainly don't want to go into that and reveal some information that shouldn't be revealed yet. But it creates this conflict. And, again, he's a guy that wears, and markets free Karen Reed T-shirts. That's not objective. He gets exposure and he gets money from her free campaign, and yet won't testify. It's just it's gross where we're headed with social media and podcasters, interfering with court.
Right. You're so right.
Podcasters interfering with court. What?
Right, John. I have seen so much more disinformation about this case, disinformation and misinformation about this case than I have any other one I have ever covered. This has been the most vile case for so many reasons, and the victim has gotten lost. And I know you both appreciate that so much as you are advocates for victims. And when we
God, these people are gonna have a fucking heyday. These people are gonna have a fucking heyday. I am so embarrassed. I am so embarrassed for the Free Karen Read movement. Like, just disappointed, disgusted, embarrassed. I mean, and it's not even my fucking, you know what I mean? I would just be coming out and saying, dude, they were framing me for murder.
think about what this is really about, this trial has turned into a shameful circus. It really has. And when we think about the origination of this circus, who does it go back to? Gee, Mr. Turtle Boy and his friend, Ms. Karen Reed. Now this relationship is being exposed.
Oh my God, they're going to have an absolute fucking hog fest. This is going to be horrible. Horrible.
Your thoughts on how Hank Brennan has now made public what those two kept quiet for so long?
Yeah, really important in this case. And by the way, I know we've been saying the only person who took the fifth was this turd man, but Karen took the fifth too. Let's be honest about it, right? So the two criminals took the fifth. Who's surprised? Nobody. But one of the important things in this case that we really didn't see last time, we all thought about it, but we didn't hear it from the prosecutor per se in a way that sounded like it was going to make a big difference.
You guys, Hank Brennan is no better. They're just all trash. This is fucking nuts. These lawyers are all liars. Unethical. Let me take that back. I mean, unethical. Hank Brennan's over here trying to say that the holes that they cut in for like to take the samples out was fucking John O'Keefe. Come on, like, just disgusting, right? You guys, witnesses in a murder trial for a cop. You can't fucking do this. And it all comes back to, like, Karen Reed and her whole fucking team knew about this rolling rally. And nobody said, like, you can't do this or you can't do that.
Brennan now is saying part of what's going on in this case is a disinformation campaign bought and paid for by this criminal who thinks that that's a tactic that, you know, in defense attorney school, one of the things they allow you to do is just pay for PR firms and pay for protesters to show up and pay for bot farms so that social media creates this frenzy and sense that you're actually innocent and it's all a conspiracy. I mean, there are so many mentally ill people who will just buy into that regardless of the evidence. So I think what Hank Brennan's doing is making that part of his case now, saying, not only am I going to prove her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm going to prove that she was part of a campaign to mislead the public. So that's a very different approach. I was a prosecutor in Massachusetts. I've never had to do that before, both prove my case and disprove nonsense.
Right.
But we're going to hear that in this case.
Wendy, thank you for pointing that out. You're right. He's going to expose it all. He already started, and thank goodness for that, because this is just all about getting to the truth. And Wendy, John, you both, of course, know this. Our courties know. Legally, we know Karen Reed is cloaked in the presumption of innocence. Hank Brennan and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Of course she is. Well, now she's fucking innocent. You know, now she's, you know. Why do people keep saying for a cop, like being a cop makes you extra special? It does in the eyes of the law. Okay? Yes. And I don't know why you always keep coming in here, awesome Matt, and saying that it's any different. It's because it's the law. The law. When a cop is murdered, it ups it. So yes, That's why you have to say it, because it ups the ante. It ups what he's facing. That's why. This is a hog fest. This is a bunch of pigs. All of the shit's piggish. Fucking hog fest. I told you guys it was hog heaven. I really fucking didn't know how hog heaven it would be. You know, and then to hear these people cover the case who say that, you know, that are lawyers, get the fuck out of here, man.
And Lisa, in court here,
Christina.
A blogger is facing charges that he harassed and intimidated witnesses who were interviewed about the death of a Boston police officer during a snowstorm. WBZ's Christina Hager's live in Stoughton tonight. Christina, prosecutors say that harassment included sending messages to witnesses.
And Lisa, in court here, he wore a sweatshirt that said "Free Karen Reed." In the end, the judge allowed him to leave the courthouse without having to post any bail. And when he did, there was applause. The man behind the online blog known as Turtle Boy, Aiden Kearney, outside the Stoughton courthouse, where he had faced a judge moments earlier, arraigned on 9 charges of intimidating witnesses in a different case, the Dedham murder trial of Karen Reed. This latest twist had him shouting.
And I will not be intimidated. I will not be silenced. And we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen.
Justice for John O'Keefe, my ass. That has completely been, that was part 2. That just has not happened. There's Tom in the background. Look at Tom.
Be silenced, and we will continue on our journey for justice for John O'Keefe and for Karen Reed.
His followers waving a flag to honking vehicles passing by. While inside, a prosecutor detailed the accusations laid out in hundreds of pages of court documents, reading excerpts from Kearney's blog directed to witnesses.
You guys should just stop going in public, going out in public. It's only going to get worse from here. I know where you all were today.
Kearney has amassed a large
I know where you all were today.
backing up Karen Reed's legal defense claims that she was framed in the murder of her boyfriend, Boston
people are
police
wild,
officer
man.
John O'Keefe. She's accused of backing her vehicle into him in January of 2022 outside the Canton home of another police officer. Kearney has staged rallies at her hearings, calling it a cover-up. But prosecutors say he went further, publicizing witnesses' private information, showing up at their homes, calling a state police trooper's wife, and saying this.
And what's your scumbag husband up to now?
What's your scumbag husband up to now?
You're going to visit him in prison?
I will not be silenced, and I will be steadfast in keeping on with this mission to expose the real
What
killers
time
of
does it
John
start?
O'Keefe.
I think I have it set already for 9.
Kearney is also accused of having a civilian police dispatcher in Avon run some of those witnesses' license plates for him. That dispatcher has been placed on paid leave, and Kearney has been ordered to stay away from the witnesses involved.
And Karen's over there asking 5 times, can we run the plates? Can we run the plates? I mean, this poor Jenna, I don't say poor anything. She's been running plates forever for him. You know,
And who blogs under the name Turtle Boy appeared in court today after he was indicted on 16 charges tied to witness intimidation in the Karen Reed case. During the hearing, the prosecutor said that Aiden Kearney has now had his readers do what he's accused of doing, harassing witnesses in the Reed case. Now, Reed is accused of hitting and killing her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, in Canton last year. Kearney has publicly questioned the investigation. The prosecutor wanted an order demanding Kearney stop encouraging his readers, but the judge ruled that he didn't have the authority to do that.
It's clear that Mr. Kearney is encouraging his minions, his followers, in the context of his blogs and YouTubes, etc., to continue to harass witnesses.
And it's the Commonwealth's contention that this is a very disingenuous way that the defendant is indirectly encouraging others to indirectly harass these witnesses.
Kearney argues what he's been doing isn't harassment, it's journalism. A man who blogs under the name Turtle Boy appeared in court today after he was indicted on 16 charges tied to witness intimidation in the Karen Reed case. During the hearing, the charges tied to witness intimidation in the Karen Reed case.
There's Meredith. There's Meredith, Turtle Boy.
16 charges tied to witness intimidation in the Karen Reed case. During the hearing, the prosecutor said Aiden Kearney has directly and indirectly encouraged his readers to confront and harass witnesses in the Reed case. The prosecutor wanted an order demanding Kearney stop that. The judge ruled that he didn't have the authority to do that. Karen Reed is accused of hitting and killing her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, in Canton last year. Kearney has publicly questioned the investigation and videotaped himself confronting witnesses in public.
What a fraud. All of this shit's fraud. I want my fucking money back. This is fucking nuts.
A local blogger released on personal recognizance hours after being arrested in connection with coverage of a high-profile local murder case. Aiden Kearney runs the blog Turtle Boy News, which has tens of thousands of followers. Boston 25 investigative reporter Ted Daniel broke this story this morning and has been covering the Karen Reed case from the very beginning. Quite the spectacle there today, Ted.
Mark, Aiden Kearney was arrested this morning outside his home in Holden. He tells me he was placed into handcuffs after walking his kids to the bus stop. These are the court documents here detailing the charges against him. He faces multiple counts of witness intimidation, obstructing the administration of justice, and a single count of conspiracy to intimidate a witness. As soon as Kearney was released from custody, he went off.
I could not believe that they did not get an indictment on Karen Reed for this. I'm not going to lie. Rumors have it that they never saw what we're all seeing. So I don't know. I have no fucking clue, man. This is crazy.
On the courthouse steps.
They will never shut me up. They will never, ever, ever stop me from reporting the truth.
Karen Reed's self-proclaimed biggest offender is now defending himself.
I hope they find that Ford Edge.
That's Aiden Kearney, aka
Ford Edge.
Turtle
Get
Boy,
the fuck
in
off that
handcuffs.
Ford Edge.
Earlier this month, he
You
predicted
guys.
this.
They might arrest me for this. Now, I'm not going to stay in.
Listen. It is not the Ford Edge. It is goddamn Nicole's caddy that was missing that morning. I don't know how anybody just doesn't look at the fucking crime scene photos / the Canton Police 18 photos that they took. There is one car that is missing there, and it is Nicole Albert's fucking caddy. You dumb fucks.
Jail. I'll get bailed out in 5 seconds.
I told you that nobody was focused on this case. Nobody was looking at the details. It is absolutely true. They were too busy doing all of this shit to actually look at the fucking case.
During his arraignment, a special prosecutor appointed by the Norfolk County DA's office listed numerous occasions where Kearney allegedly harassed people named as witnesses in the Karen Reed case. Reed is accused of killing her Boston police officer boyfriend, John O'Keefe. Kearney claims she's been framed in a cover-up.
So, John, I have a question. Did you think that you could outsmart Karen Reed?
Kearney confronted a mother and her daughter at a high school sporting event.
So we are outside D&E Pizza, owned by Chris Albert, Chicken Parm Charlie.
He's protested outside of a Canton pizza shop
All they had to
owned
do
by
was
a relative of two people he claims are involved in John O'Keefe's murder.
He would have never said Ford Edge. He didn't
He's
say
led
Ford
rolling
Edge.
rallies
The way
to
the
the Canton
question was
homes
worded
of
to
witnesses
Lucky
and law
is, did you see a Ford Edge? Was it a Ford Edge out there? That's not how you question anybody. That's leading as fuck. He didn't know what vehicle it was. Okay. Could it have been a Ford Edge? That's not what you do. Okay. Never, not once do you do that. Ever. It doesn't fucking matter. That fucking car was not the Ford Edge.
enforcement, and the special prosecutor read this
The fucking
message
caddy,
Kearney
if
left for the
anything.
wife of a detective on the Reed case after broadcasting her cell phone number.
And what's your scumbag husband up to now? Are you going to visit him in prison? Do you think they'll have conjugal visits?
The special prosecutor claims Kearney has made as much as $5 million from his
I know.
coverage of this case. Kearney laughed at that claim.
Yeah, because I'm
He
trying to
says he will
fucking
not back down.
still help.
Everything that you heard in that courtroom today is legal.
I'm trying to still help, like legally, ethically, and literally all I just got compounded with for the past couple days is how unethical and illegal these motherfuckers are that are asking for people to help legally and ethically. It's absolutely disgusting. It's disgusting. And hey, guess what? I mean, you ain't a badass when you're doing illegal shit. That isn't, that's bye-bye. There you go. 8x10. 4x6.
Protected opinion, and I will not be intimidated. I will not be silenced, and we will continue on our journey.
The judge released Kearney
Continue
without
on
bail. The
what
special
journey?
prosecutor wanted him to wear a GPS tracking device, but that request was denied by the judge. He's been ordered to stay away from a
Turtle Boy gets a GPS tracking device.
number of witnesses in the Karen Reed case. Mark, the judge did not specifically bar him from reporting on the Karen Reed case.
Ted, one of the charges Kearney faces is conspiracy to intimidate a witness. What's that all about?
Yeah, they talked about that in court. On his blog, Kearney posted that he was looking to identify the owner of a car parked outside the home of a state trooper who's investigating the Reed case. An Avon dispatcher ran several plates for him, and that is the basis of that charge. There's a registration info.
So Karen Reed's asking to run a plate. And so then he posts on social media that we're looking. Just fucking crazy. Just fucking crazy. Oh, I like Sam. Sam's a good girl. I hope that she did good on her tests. The only journey he's on is to the clink. I mean, I don't know what the fuck. I mean, what journey are we on here? Like, expose the police. That's what the corruption was, okay? All right, the police wrote the police reports. The police planted the evidence, okay? You want to run away from Higgins? Yeah, that means that you had personal reasons to do that. And that's really unfortunate because that was the route that should have been handled day one, all day, and there probably wouldn't have been a trial too. And we'd probably have $1.1 million back out to the community.
Is only supposed to be accessed for legitimate law enforcement purposes. We've learned that Avon dispatcher has been placed on leave.
And Ted, Kearney says items were seized from his home this morning after the arrest?
Yeah, I asked him about that. He didn't say exactly what they took, but he mentioned that he needed to start over and get new electronics. Did not have a cell phone out when he left court, so that may be one of the items, Mark, that has been taken by police.
Ted, and as we heard earlier, Kearney has plenty of supporters with him at court.
Yeah, he's got a big following. There were people holding signs for him outside court and standing with him.
I know, I'm waiting. I'm very curious to see how many there's going to be on March 27th. And now, I'm sorry, but I've gotten like 6 emails that have literally come out and said that Aiden Kearney is getting arrested tomorrow. So I have no idea what the fuck is going on. But if he had a hearing, if he has a hearing, if something is going on and they're going to be latching on with another, if they're going to hit him with wiretapping, illegal wiretapping, this would actually put him in jail until he has his trial, which then they might want to be moving up that trial date. I have no idea what's going on right now, but I got hella emails
to reporters as the
I hope
hearing
it's not
was
true.
taking place. You could hear a number of cars honking.
I want him to be able to prepare for his defense with his attorneys, you know. You guys know I'm pro very hardcore defendants and their rights. So for his sake, I hope none of it's true. And I hope he starts taking time to devote to him and his attorneys for preparing for his case if there is even a defense. I mean,
people drove by, they were honking to the people who were holding signs for him. Mark, this is just another twist in a case that's been anything but routine.
Certainly has, and a lot of people follow.
Yeah,
a lot of
where's
interest
the
in this
secret
case. We
court
know you'll
date?
stay
He
on
won't
top of
tell
it for us.
anyone, which is
Have any
very
new
strange.
news to pass along, we'll bring it back.
Yeah.
Ted, thank you. The 25 Investigates team broke this story this morning. We sent out this push alert to our subscribers. If you'd like to get notifications like this anytime,
It's all
there's
rumor, but
breaking
I don't
news.
know. I
Download
think
our free
Karen's
Boston
team will
25
charge
News app.
tomorrow. Oh, God. If that happens. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Look at all this fucking shit. They're all
Man
forcing
who
me.
blogs under the name
They want me to
Turtle
watch everything to do
Man
with
who blogs.
Man who blogs, man who blogs, man who blogs. Look at this stupid shit. Turtle Boy in court. Lawyer has showdown with judge. Is this one?
Probably do it about 4 times. You're walking on kind of thin ice. I'm going to review everything and I'll come out with an order. But I take what Mr. Cosgrove has presented very seriously. I also take into account that there are certain First Amendment rights here as well. And then the issue is always how far does the First Amendment take you and when does it become intimidation of a witness? The word revenge, some of those other words that are on that tape are getting very, very close. So I'll take it all under advisement. Let me just see the lawyers at sidebar for a minute.
Okay, that's Aiden Kearney, also known as Turtle Boy, the man who's really behind the Free Karen Reed movement. It was him who sort of got
Karen Reed
everyone
behind the Free Karen Reed
together,
movement.
informed everyone about things.
Yeah, now we all know it was Karen Reed behind the Free Karen Reed movement. Okay, we're all fucking assholes, and
He was finding in the paper and
she found her Patsy, and he was just gonna, here, do this, do that. She was running a multi-million-dollar business.
court papers and really started this movement. And he's being prosecuted for witness intimidation. Those are the allegations. He was in court because prosecutors want to revoke his bond. They're saying that he is violating the conditions of that by threatening one of the investigators in the case, Tully. So I want to play for you some of what prosecutors said today during this hearing and some of what the defense said during this hearing, and then we'll talk about it.
No contact, direct or indirect, through third parties with any of the witnesses or victims in this case. And 2, stay 100 yards away from any victim's residence or place of work. Defendant to sense, bail warning read. What we have here, Your Honor, is the most extreme recent example of Mr. Kearney's behavior. And if I wanted to bring these to the court's attention, I could probably do it about 4 times a week. Constant defamation, for example, of Jennifer McCabe as a
Okay, I just want to take a blurb out of Turtle Boy's book. It says, one day, me and my homies went through the Middletown Mall taking pictures of the random stories inside of there, which so many people read because they'd either gone through there before or wondered what the hell was inside the Midtown Mall. Since that worked so well, we did blogs about what was worse, the Greendale or Auburn malls, and documented it with pictures and play-by-play Turtle Boy commentary. Once again, this was stuff that everyone could relate to, yet it still offended people. Me and my homies went to the Midtown Mall.
murderer, and he has described the others as murderers.
What?
And he has described the others as murderers. And in general, he is aware and has remarked, I think this is another thing I brought to Your Honor's attention the last time, has remarked with satisfaction that the results of his broadcasts have made it difficult for these people to go out in public without being harassed.
Mr. Bradle, tell me about that word revenge and how am I supposed to interpret that?
Judge, this is not a threat. This is not contact. This is satire. This is all protected. I am
Satire. His revenge is satire. The fuck are you talking about? I get it, Brado. He's like, God damn it, Aiden. Like, I can only do so much, you know?
So sick of having to come before a court because of Norfolk County and talk about speech that Norfolk County doesn't
Argue to me,
like.
not to anybody else. Just tell me about that word revenge.
Why do we keep having to come back here? I don't know what it must be like to wake up on the wrong side of the First Amendment every day. This is protected speech, Your Honor, over and over again. The Supreme Court has spoken for decades and decades. Brandenburg, Watts, Chaplinsky, O'Brien v. Borowski, Welch. Judge, this is a waste of this court's time. This is intentional infliction of emotional distress on my client. He is not contacting a witness. He is not threatening a witness. He is talking about someone who has destroyed his life, Your Honor. He is allowed to lash out back. And the First Amendment grants every declarant this room to talk without fear, without the kind of fear that this county has inflicted on Mr. Kearney over and over and over again.
Okay, so if he's wishing something to happen to Tully.
And now he's wishing for cancer to. I hope cancer beats somebody. I don't even know who the fuck it is. And I'm like, that's just absolutely deranged. Okay. And he says, I have the right to say that because cancer's running my family. The fuck? Like,
The investigator who's gone
none of that's funny. It's disgusting.
after him. Is that a
And that's to
violation?
me, everybody that's out there has dealt with cancer in their families in one form or another from somebody that they know, right? And to ever see somebody fucking tweet out that should offend the fuck out of you. Anybody that's lost a loved one, a friend to cancer.
Of his conditions of bond, is that witness intimidation? Is that contacting a witness? What is
it? What is it? What happened there? Wow. Well, I think I clicked off on it. I did that. Well, anyways, we're going to be live with it tomorrow, so it's a good place to stop. So even if Kearney doesn't file charges, can the Commonwealth charge him? They can do a complaint themselves, I believe. I mean, it's just, it's Jerry Springer. The Karen Reed case is Jerry Springer. So he's spiraling out of control. I think the people that are supporting of him are the ones that are spiraling out of control. It's rather just, I mean, I wonder how much money you spend a month in bots, because it's a lot. My mom died from cancer. She bled out in my arms from it right before Christmas. That's fucking awful. Yeah, see stuff like that, you know? And it's just, you can't, how can you back something like that? Even if you were thinking that, how the fuck do you write it, man? You know? Because he doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself. And Karen Reed did not kill John O'Keefe, but she doesn't give a fuck about anybody but herself, you know? So sad. All right, you guys get some rest. We're going to be back here in the morning. 9:30 a.m. I go live at 9 a.m. So come back 9 a.m. We're going to fire up this baby. You know what? Hopefully JLR is already live. We can get him really getting us going. But See you guys then. Peace out, Girl Scouts.